the American Red Cross have asked us to do detailed scenarios. And the idea was that many people around the world that are working on the virus are so overloaded with what they're doing in the present tense. They don't have much time to think about what are the alternatives 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months down the road. So the Red Cross asked us to do that. These are the shortest scenarios we will have ever done, a year and a half scenarios in the future. There are now 4 real-time Delphis out that are being input to those scenarios. We'll have some more as well that Ted will talk about. And you can all participate. And if you can take a look, let's see if I got this going right. Now, why is that now? It's not advancing. Oh, there we go. These are the 2 scenarios that you can participate internationally at the moment. The PowerPoint will be available to everybody. You should have received this on emails as well. The first one that you can go is the international medical health. And these should be medical health professionals or journalists or people who are studying it for real. That's not a general panel. We're looking for an expert panel working on those issues. And the same with the second one. It should be socioeconomic impacts, but that can also be futures because obviously we work on that as well. The 7 scenarios, the first 2, first 2 Delphis, the first 2 are just US experts looking at the data. Then the next 2, the 3rd and 4th, the one I just mentioned. The 5th one, Ted will talk about the pandemic index, and then we'll do the draft scenarios out to everybody to comment and criticize and improve. And then we'll take the new scenarios and share those with people to say what are the US implications for actions. This whole process anybody can use in their own country as well, and we'll collaborate with anybody that does that. The State of the Future, or not State of the Future, but the Work Tech 2000 has come out. If the first one was done in Pakistan, a hardback, and copies have been printed up there and distributed. So we got some. It's trouble is it's nice to have the hardback, but it was a little bit hard to read. So the one I printed here in the United States is a larger print, and those can be available. And I intend to send a set of them out to everybody. I just haven't gotten to do that yet. We have the English version and a Korean version going out, and a Portuguese and a Spanish, and an Italian coming up, maybe, and a Persian coming up, and an Arabic coming up. Abbreviated versions have been published by the Bertelsmann Foundation in collaboration with the Berlin Node, the German node, that Cornelia can talk a little bit about. We had a very nice launching of the report at the Finnish embassy. It went very, very well. And articles on it have been published by several people, including Hector, was really a nice one. And Nadja's got one we're in cooperation with in one of the Russian journals coming up. The Work Text workshops and talks around the world have opened the conversation beyond just STEM. I think that's one of the contributions I believe the study has made. I want to pause for a second. If you go back several years ago, when people talk about the future of work and technology and automation and say, well, we'll solve this problem by increasing science, technology, and math education. That was the answer. You don't hear that so much now. They realize this is a much more systemic thing that we got to really look at new options in the economy. And I think Millennium Project can take a little credit for nudging that conversation along a little bit. There's also been a lot of articles written about all this, and here's one in Germany, and the other ones have been done as well. Now, last planning committee meeting, there was a request, and also on the Delphi before the planning committee meeting, that we really got to get our videos together. So, all right, so we've now created 15 separate videos for each global challenge in Chinese, English, and Spanish. There's also a demo of GFIS video, and then one on how to use the 15 global challenges online. And you can, if for those of you who don't know, Millennium Project has a YouTube channel, and you can go to that channel there. You can, if you don't worry about the link, you can always do a Google search or a search inside YouTube for the Millennium Project, and you'll see the channel there. And hopefully I'll learn how to add more of your own videos in there as well. So if you give a speech somewhere, it doesn't matter what the language is, because others will hear it. Let us know, and we can add videos in here. And since the last meeting, we've done a series of newsletters, and we continue to have the information on Facebook and LinkedIn. Other accomplishments, believe it or not, we have done now 6 around the world conversations. And I hope that there might be some sponsors to help this in the future, and maybe we can have some others stepping forward, because I've done this a long time, folks. I'd like to have some others do it. But it's a wonderful thing to hear people who are complete strangers, may never see each other again, sharing strategic insights on the future of the species while respecting each other's having different views. It's a beautiful conversation. Rarely are there difficulties. I mean, once in a while people get testy, but by and large, it's a lovely experience for those of you who haven't done it. We'll hopefully do it again next year. We have a new node in Costa Rica and in Iceland, and they'll tell us a little bit about that in a second. We're still in the University of Pennsylvania Go-To Think Tank finals. They review about 6,000 think tanks, about supposedly, and we're 24th. We dropped down. We used to be 6th, I think it was. We're now dropped down to 24th, new ideas and paradigm, and 49th on best quality assurance and integrity of policies and procedures. The reason for that is we've said that our quality control are you, the feedback from nodes, so that we make sure that we get different perspectives around the world. It's not just Ted and me and a bottle of scotch. The Futures Research Methodology has been translated now into Farsi or Persian. I think officially we're supposed to say Persian now, and Farsi. And is in Spanish coming up, and in Arabic. I will understand that it'll be available in January. We've created a partnership with the World Academy of Art and Science. More on this coming up in the next few months. But there's been an initial meeting in Washington at the World Bank, and another one up at the UN in New York. And the idea is to bring together thoughts around the world on the future of leadership. What does future leadership mean? Because we all know, studying global futures, there's a lot that we can do to improve the world, and it's just not really getting done. So how do we improve decision making? Maybe there's new modes of it that we got to think about, because what's working right now is not working as well as it ought to be. The State of the Future 19.1 got the most significant futures award the previous year from the Association of Professional Futurists, and has been translated into Italian, Greek, Spanish, partly in Korean. Young Suk adds some additions, and I believe Arabic coming up. A thing I just want to remind you about the 15 Global Challenges. Think of it also as a framework. I think that one of the things that futures research, we often say that futures research helps decision making. Yes, but what it also does is it helps a framework in which decisions are made. And I think the 15 Global Challenges is a very good framework for helping that kind of improvement in thinking. And remind people that they can get the short overviews free of charge. They just go to themp.org, left column, you've got the 15 Global Challenges. You click on any of them, and the executive summaries or the short overviews are freely available. You don't have to sign in. You don't have to have an account, but people can get that. And I hope you'll include that in your talks, because there's some nice material in there. And that's still updated online on a regular basis. And last, we are making some progress on bringing together some of the best thinkers on the future of artificial intelligence. Now, you know, I make the distinction between narrow, general, and super. And some people, there was an excellent seminar last week that I'll try to remember to send you the link to. So I think it's been all recorded. The state of the art on artificial general intelligence research and different approaches and strategies to developing it. But part of the issue here is that if it's going to take, at soonest, 10 to 15 years, if that's possible. Many people say it's not possible, but if it is, as a futurist, we have to look at the range of possibilities. So if it's possible in 10 or 15 years, and if it's going to take 10 to 15 years to develop conferences and standards and treaties and eventually an organization of some implementation, like an International Atomic Energy Agency or something like that, if that's going to take 10 to 15 years, then we have to start taking it seriously now. And when people say, well, wait a minute, you'll kill innovation if you regulate it. Yeah, but we're not going to regulate it now. There's no way you're going to get the world to agree on a governance system and establish it. Today it's just not possible. So we hope that we'll get this funded, or we're exploring who can fund this. But it could be a great example of anticipatory governance. Remember, one of the things we rated highest that we should start working on is anticipatory governance. The International Atomic Energy Agency was after the fact. It didn't anticipate, it was after the fact. Whereas if we do this, it'll be a good example to test the idea, how do you create anticipatory governance and taking on a very difficult issue of artificial intelligence. So with that, I will stop sharing and turn over to Ted, who will introduce a new wrinkle in the Millennium Project pond.
Thank you, Jerry. Pleasure to be with everybody again. And I must say that this meeting is startling in its excellence in terms of the videos I can see around the world now, and have conversations with everybody simultaneously. Unbelievable. We're looking at parts of the future right now. So hello, pleasure to be with you. And I won't use any more of my 2 minutes that Jerry has assigned me in introductions. You all know what SOFI is, State of the Future Index. It's an invention of the Millennium Project, which has formed an important part of our State of the Future reports for how many years? 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. It's made up of individual variables that describe the answer to the question, how would you know the future is getting better or worse? What would you measure quantitatively to make that determination? Better or worse? What are they? Things like population growth, things like incarceration rates, things that measure disagreements on the basis of race rather than some credible variable. Educational attainment, measures of government, measures of honesty. What are they? So take those variables, list them, and we've used 25 to 30 at times, and collect historical data for 20 years on each of them, not a small task, and project each of them out another 10 years, easier but not fully determinable, and combine them through a method various methods into an index. That index is the State of the Future Index, and we can see whether things are getting better or worse, or better and worse simultaneously. So we develop scales that show both, and what are the factors that lead to improvement in one and diminishing the other. It's a technique that is unique, that the Millennium Project can be proud of, I believe, and has formed an important part of our reporting over time. Now, fade out and go put your mind on the organization that Jerry just described for the American Red Cross. A group of people have been assembled, including board members of the American Red Cross, to do scenarios about the pandemic. How might things turn out? These people, 7 of us, 8 of us, include people who are medically credentialed, who are expert in terrorism, expert in economics and sociology, and they are an incredible group together. And all have volunteered to do scenarios on the future of the pandemic. The scenarios will range from things get terrible, in the group that's doing that, the subgroup that's doing that, to things get better. And the pandemic, in fact, turns out to be a teaching experience for humanity. And out of that teaching experience comes a better world. A harder scenario to write than the negative one at this point. So one of the people in that group has suggested that we do a pandemic index patterned after the SOFI, but instead of using variables that depict whether things are getting better or worse, as SOFI does, depict elements of the future of the pandemic. Those elements might include, for example, the number of people vaccinated, the length of time that the vaccine is effective, unemployment rates, inflation rates, deaths per week, hospital occupancy rates, the availability of personal protective equipment, emergency room beds, ventilators, and so on. And again, one would go back in time to collect data, not 20 years in this case, because we don't have 20 years worth of data on almost any of these, but perhaps 2.5 years, 3 years back, and project half of that time into the future to get a set of quantitative measures on which scenarios could be based. The idea now being that when we present the scenarios, we can include the state of the pandemic index to describe them in quantitative detail so that we can compare one to the other and answer the question, what's getting better and what's getting worse? What should we worry about? And how would policies that we might implement reflect themselves in the future course of the SOPI, S-O-P-I index? And we're engaged in that now. As Jerry mentioned, we plan to do 7 real-time Delphis, another invention of the Millennium Project. And 4 of them are underway now. The 5th one will be to collect information from the participants in the Delphi about the variables that we will include, how important they are, and where we can collect data about them, and so on. And the other real-time Delphis that follow that, after doing that one, we will build the scenarios. We've already built 3 as examples of what we mean, and they run for 1.5 pages or 2 pages each. They're pretty good as they stand now, but we expect to have much more detail, perhaps 10 pages for each of them on the basis of the first 5 real-time Delphis. Then, having built those scenarios, we will run 2 more real-time Delphis, or at least we plan to, which collect feedback information about those scenarios from around the world, from the United States and from around the world. And that will end the project. It's a very useful exercise. And Hazel, I might mention that the scenarios that just appeared on your website are favorable. Yeah, they're very the single one. And it is an example of how the pandemic might turn into a catalyst for improvement around the world. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ted. Well, relativity comes to play there, Ted. That's okay. It was excellent. Thank you, Ted. And now we go to the first one, to Anita. You want to unmute yourself in Australia? How's it doing down under?
Well, it's nighttime here and I'm getting ready for bed. So I'm going to be real quick with my 2-minute presentation. Let me try and share this screen with you. And can you confirm that it all comes through okay? Is that coming through?
Yeah, we can see you.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. All right. So I didn't want to share the usual kind of reporting because we've got 2 minutes. So I wanted to share something that was slightly out of the usual, for us at least. We have in the past partnered with universities and research institutes to grab their material for the Millennium Project reporting. But this year we partnered with an organisation called the PVI Collective. It's an activist performance arts organisation that's been going for about 25 years, and they do really interesting public engagement things. It's very political, very artistic, and it's such great fun. When they approached me about a year ago, 18 months ago now, and they said, hey, we've come across this thing called the 15 Global Challenges, and we've been told that you've got something to do with it. Can we have a meeting? I thought, this is going to be fun. And so they created a research with funding from the government, researched and created this whole sort of game political activist approach to the 15 Global Challenges. And they engaged members of the public who then sent in their concerns and fears about the future in relation to the 15 challenges. We had meetings with politicians and members of the public and so on. So we had this whole consultation phase going around each one of these challenges that the public had identified they were really scared about and what they were scared about. And our aim was to give them some sense of empowerment to enable them to take action in a way that was fun, engaging, but also educational and open their eyes to what was really going on in the world. So the project was called Tiny Revolutions. And so Tiny Revolutions, PVI Collective in the bottom there, we had a couple of examples. First one I'll share with you was on energy future. So there was a lot of concern that we have global energy companies and that they're not going into renewables and, you know, what about the future for our children and this sort of thing. So the PVI Collective wrote a rap song around naughty energy companies and then got a crowd of people to perform the rap song in the foyer of a major international energy company. And they did get moved along, but not before they finished the song. So, I mean, that was quite fun. Another one was our government. A lot of people are very skeptical about our two-party preferred voting system. I'd have to say I am as well. But young people in particular are looking at this thinking, we've got no one to vote for. They're just as bad as the other. It was one party or the other. And so we took that on board and came up with a flash mob dance in the middle of the city centre between two major shopping malls. And we got all the public engaged and singing.
Anita, you can hear the little click sound there. It's like that's a second warning you've gone over a bit. So continue on, but do wrap up.
Okay. Yep. That's pretty much it. Apart from that, the Philippines are very interested in joining. I've spoken with the dean at the academy, and she's basically encouraging people to set up a node in the Philippines. So I'll get back to you with more on that. And next year, I'm going to advance. And most people will call that retirement, but I'm calling it advancement. So next year is the year that I will be quitting all sorts of projects like this, including the Millennium Project after many years. I'm looking for a university to take over the Australasian node. So thank you very much from down under, and I'll leave you with my kangaroos.
Excellent, thank you. I like that idea of advancement. By the way, Ted's a good example of every time he retires, he advances in a new thing. And you just saw a new advancement with a pandemic index.
Yeah.
Okay, now we switch over to Hayato in Japan. Want to unmute yourself, Hayato?
All right. Hello, Sherry. Hello, everyone. And it's really glad to be back to a Millennium Project Planning Committee meeting after several years. I've been missing it for the past couple of events, but now, partly thanks to COVID-19, all my travel has been cancelled or postponed. So here I am, ready to be able to participate in the meeting again. Activities in Japan and activity of Japan Node remains to be very quiet, but since last year, or towards the end of last year, there have been some uptakes in terms of future-related activities, mainly because Japan, as you might still remember, is supposed to be hosting Olympic Game this year, which has been postponed, and also Osaka is supposed to is hosting the World Expo 2025. The last time Tokyo hosted its first Olympic Game in 1964, and Osaka hosted its World Expo 1970. So we are doing it again after 50, 60 years. And it's a good timing for futurists in Japan to think about what happened over the past half century and what will come in the next half century. So, and I joined the meeting with Japan Future Society on Zoom, and the discussion naturally centered on the COVID-19, what we should expect, what kind of changes we are facing, and what does it mean to live with the COVID-19 and what is the new normal. And it really overlap with the work of Millennium Project on the future of work and technologies. And it seems to me that Japan, and particularly Japanese companies, are finally getting serious about the idea of telework and working from home. And it can bring a very big change in Japan. If you don't have to commute every day for 1.5 hours with massively congested train, it is a very positive change. And it also changed the culture of Japan, heavily Tokyo-centric characteristics of Japan, and may lead to develop, energize other regions. Yes, I'm wrapping up. And at the same time, it could have a negative impact. Japanese younger generation may have to be competing a job opportunity with someone from Myanmar or someone from Bangladesh if your employee doesn't have to be in Tokyo. So it's a positive and negative, but this is something going on in Japan, and hope we will have more positive phase coming up.
Excellent. Thank you, Hayato. Young Suk, want to unmute yourself and share what's happening?
Hello, hi, how are you, everybody? Because of COVID-19, I was organizing 3 or 4 future forums to invite futurists to Korea. It is now all online, so that we cannot really invite you this time. But the Korea Future Forum that I organized is taking place in June 16th, and the Global Leaders Forum will take place in November 11th. In case you are interested in participating online, it doesn't pay. So please let me know. I am also working with some of the futurist groups for working from home. In Korea is where people are now working from home, and the consequences and the social changes will come, but what will be impacted, and so on and so forth. And Korea COVID-19 measurements are well recognized by the many countries, and many requests from all over the world for Korean masks and test kits and gloves. So I'm helping a Dutch company on these. And Korea Node printed a WorkTech 2050 by BP Books, which is this. I will show you. This is selling in a large bookstores at the moment, but it doesn't sell very well. There are many COVID-19 measures taking place. Those books are well selling. And the other book that I usually print is this, with 15 challenges. And these are selling also in the bookstores. Okay, what else? I think the Korean nodes are eager to participate in this new change of era, new sort of a new normal, and we call it post-corona. And there are several organizations want to work with us for social changes and technology changes, as well as educational changes after the coronavirus. I will report to you all these if I get any reports finalized. Okay, thank you. That's it. Bye.
You're in it.
I'm trying to, there we go. Youngsu also has a good video that you can get in the Google Docs section there. It's a nice little overview that you can get at your leisure. Now, as you know, China has some difficulties with Zoom at the moment. So the Chinese node report we'll put online. And I don't see a Sri Lanka chair here yet. If I miss you, please unmute yourself and speak. And if not, then we can go over to India. Going once, going twice. Let's see, is India here? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I guess maybe not. Well, then we can go to Iran. Mohsen Bahrami, are you there? You want to unmute yourself?
You've just jumped over Pakistan, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pakistan.
Sorry. My apologies. My apologies. Pakistan. Thank you, David. Parush,
Thanks, David.
unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you.
So if I just share my, wait. So I was going to share my presentation. I think I can't share it right now, but just so that briefly, what we did last year, where thanks to Jerry and Ted, we were able to do an updated version of Pakistan's State of Future Index. We included almost 50 potential developments. Not this pandemic in particular, but we did sort of have a sort of an epidemic, which we did factor in, and that sort of affected all the 32 variables that we introduced. The report the report is available. If anyone is interested, I could share the report. I would share the link of a little video that we did as a summary of what you can actually see, how the report was presented in Pakistan last year. So I think that's about it. We also did publish the Work Tech 2050 report in the country, and we were able to distribute it amongst many of the ministries in Pakistan. So we are moving towards, perhaps in the public space, we are moving towards developing more scenarios, and hopefully the State of Future Index with the trend impact analysis could actually help us do that. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you again, because Pakistan Node did the layout for the Work Tech, as well as printing the hardback, and then we use the same layout essentially for the larger version in English. Mohsen Bahrami, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. It's very good to see everybody after a long while. Okay, I'm sharing. Do you see it?
Yes.
Yes, it's perfectly clear. Yep. You can you can also hit the display button for the whole large screen at the bottom if you want to.
I did.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
So I do the speaking myself here. So this is Mohsen Bahrami, as you know, and in the name of God. And this is the report from the Tehran Node and Millennium Project. This is the usual report thing, so I talk about every item. We love to attend the annual meetings, and the last one we could attend was 2013 in Baku with good memories. And I'm glad the virtual thing is on, so I can see you people more often now. We have a lot of publication that I will go through shortly. We are not very keen on the, I think the timing is on for itself. So the seminar, the best thing we did was an educational program, master's and PhD curriculum, about 50 master's degree and 10 PhD graduates. They will all receive nationally and internationally. We set out Future Research Institute that we could do some projects through that. Usually we held workshops and seminars and Future Day with cooperation with others, and help other organizations to have committees and groups on future studies. We have translated now all the State of the Future reports. And this last 3 are soon to be sent to the printer. And we have done 2 particular things. From the earliest one, 1997 to 2011, we distilled the State of the Future reports and put out a book in 2012 about that. And recently we distilled out the global challenges from 19 to 2017, and it just sent to the publisher yesterday. We have put out some books, among them a quantitative method in future studies and future study methods that were good reference to the Millennium Project methodologies. Okay, I think I'm up with this 2 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. That's an interesting idea. I think everybody should consider that. Notice what he said. He took a bunch of the State of the Futures and said, okay, out of all that, what's really good for us? And create your own, distill out of the whole thing for your country, the main implications over several years. Okay, Dubai. Who's going to be speaking for Dubai? Unmute yourself.
Hello, Jerome. I'm here. I hope I'm showing. Hello?
Yes,
please. Yes, we hear you.
Hi, this is Sarah from Dubai. I hope everyone is doing great. I'm actually new to the Millennium Project. I'm very glad to be part of the first this virtual meeting as well, and I hope you will have many others as well during the years to come. So in Dubai Node, we're really looking at what we can benefit from this pandemic to provide something that is for a better future for the country. So we've been discussing amongst us within the node, with the members of the Millennium Project, of what we can do next to have to be ready, basically better for the future. So maybe we thought of having the same another Delphi dedicated for Dubai that can also actually be used for cities in the region. So it's not necessarily that will apply to Dubai, but giving the case in Dubai, what we will do is we will be finalizing some questions for those for the Delphi questionnaire. We'll be sending across to many stakeholders in the city, people who are directly or let's say they are either the frontliners or they are affected directly from the pandemic, such as people in the healthcare people in economy, in bankers, and maybe in, of course, maybe mobility. Maybe those are different sectors in the city. So let's say within about 3 months or so, we would be able to have dedicated scenarios for such. And I hope that we'll move forward from that point.
Excellent. Now, is Mohammed here also, and Paul Epping, if they want to add a few more
Paul
words?
should be. Mohammed apologized, but Paul, maybe he's here.
Yeah. For those that don't know, Mohammed also works for the police department in Dubai, and he is part of the system going around Dubai, making sure people are taking care of the virus situation. So he's on duty, probably could be on duty. Paul, are you?
He is actually.
Yeah, I know. He's been updating me.
Yes,
Paul,
I'm on.
hello.
I'm on. Hello.
Just a few more seconds for Paul.
Yeah, thank you for being on the call here. See you eventually all. That's the advantage of going virtual. So yeah, we are trying to revive our node here, and what Sarah just said is that we, on existing material that you presented in the beginning, we are trying to build some extra statements that apply here for the UAE. As you probably know, a big impact will have here the fact that Expo 2020 has been postponed with 1 year, and that will have a great impact here on Dubai. So, and what kind of effects further down the road is hopefully that we can visualize soon.
Okay, thank you. Now let's see, Rehan, are you Want to unmute yourself and give your report? Going to Azerbaijan, Baku, Azerbaijan.
Can I do it later, Jerry?
Oh, okay. Then you'll have to let us know when. So let's see now. Kenya. Let's see. Who's the guy from Kenya coming in? Yes, no. Going once.
Leo.
Here you are. Leo, are you there?
Yes, and Arthur is expected.
And Arthur.
Arthur is expected. Arthur Molilo, but I don't know where he is.
Okay. All right.
I'm very much here, Prof.
Thank you. You are supposed to take charge of this.
Yes, I was just on
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Myself. So, good morning, good afternoon. Planning meeting. Nominally, the East African Node is sort of overseeing 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And much as we have had limited traction, particularly in Tanzania and Uganda, mostly due to organizational challenges that were beyond us, we are making some good progress in Kenya. And I'm glad that Prof. Muredi has joined us as co-chair, and that has given us a much needed boost of activity. So what has been happening in the past year and a bit is the Kenya Node has published in the Journal of Future Studies. It has done a review of the work and tech scenarios. There's ongoing engagement with the Kenya Red Cross in terms of following up on post-COVID. And there's also a process to begin the exploration of offering future studies as part of a postgraduate level course in engineering economic analysis that should last more or less a semester. What are we planning to do in the coming year? I think basically there are 3 levels we'd like to operate on. I think the first is consolidating the program of work that is being run in Kenya. The second is to begin a process of unbundling the East African Node into the component country sections. With Prof. Muredi, we are already beginning to explore how we can do this in Kenya. That will mean a formal registration of a Kenyan node, and it will be an independent entity. I neglected to say that the East African Node is being hosted by the Society for International Development, so this process would make them independent of SID. And finally, much as SID is moving on, we would also continue to use our futures work to engage the node component and to see where we can go with that. Thank you.
Jerry, you are muted.
Okay. Thank you. that was a good, precise report on East Africa. Now we're going over to Turkey as Mustafa, or who will be representing us here for Turkey? Unmute yourself in Turkey there. There you go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm going to summarize the impacts of COVID-19 in my country. Some governments wanted to control the spread of coronavirus using mobile phone data. You know, Turkey is one of those countries. The health ministry is tracking the virus and restricting the movements of the people who are infected. If you are over 65, you will not allowed to travel intercities without downloading and activating the tracking app. The right balance between public health goals and the residents' expectations for personal privacy will be more critical in the future. The second one, the open university education system provided by a state university was found in Turkey in 1982. Nearly 3 million students graduated from different departments in the last 37 years. This long, valuable, and unique experience helped all other schools and universities during the COVID-19 days to be fully compliant with the new normal remote education in less than a week. It was a valuable consequence of a right foresight done 3 decades ago. The third one, as a tradition, many years ago, the smartest youngs in Turkey have chosen to attend the schools of medicine. Today, there are 165,000 medical doctors in the country. Professors in medicine are the smartest kids of 1980s or 1990s. They managed to keep the disease under control quickly. Their treatment protocols were very successful. But today, the smartest students do not prefer to be a medical doctor, but software engineer, data scientists, economists, and so on. The health will matter in the next 10 years in our expectation. The futurist foresight are very popular terminology now in Turkey with the pandemic. Me and my colleagues are being frequently invited to TV, radio programs, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube channels, and newspapers, magazines to express our opinion. And there are various companies and NGOs, they want to co-work with our association to explore the near future, not far, but near future after pandemic. That's it that I would like to share with you.
Excellent.
What's happened.
Thank you, Mustafa. Now, by the way, Mustafa and everybody else, when you do have like a newspaper interview or some publication that's online, even in different languages, doesn't matter because people can always use Google Translate. Send them to me and we can put them on the Millennium Project press site. So articles around the world, it sort of lets people know that it's not just Ted and myself and Elizabeth and a bottle of scotch. Okay, so now.
I have a request, Mustafa. Could you send me the restrictions that have been imposed in Turkey on people over 65 traveling into cities that you mentioned? Send me an email listing those restrictions, if you would, please.
Okay.
Jerry, you're muted.
That's good, because if this is for all of you, if you have unique things that are happening in your country that might be important for the whole world to share, let us know, because we can probably put them in the scenarios. Now we go over to Moscow. Nadezhda, unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, pleasure to be with you. I will highlight several positions of our activities. First, my monograph was published by the best publisher in Russia, and it was recommended by the Ministry of Education for the universities. Second, we founded the scientific peer-reviewed magazine, which is cited on the Russian Web of Science. And so we invite all to send your papers. And we'll also build the editorial board of international editorial board. Third, we developed the methodology for the assessment of the impact of global challenges on the national economy. Then we studied the global trends in 15 global challenges and the place of Russia on the backdrop of these trends, and we published the paper. We also did some analytical things for technology and job, and also published it in Russian language and in English. And we evaluated how different parts of the world build scientific capacity to respond to 15 global challenges. So last year we published 5 papers actually, where Millennium Project was mentioned or some information from the Millennium Project was used, and did 2 presentations at the conferences. Now we are in digital transformation of innovation systems, and if somebody is interested in, so we invite for collaboration. So I think it's enough.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nadezhda. I think you're the first one that did it at 2 minutes precisely. Okay,
and so
now
you should. So should.
good. Yes. Okay, and also remember that a lot of the presentations will be online. We'll make them available for people who want to see some more detail, because the articles that Nadezhda is talking about are pretty interesting. Now let's go over to Cairo, to Kamal. Welcome. Good to see you. Unmute yourself. There you go. Good.
So, good evening. Good evening, everybody. Here in Cairo Node, we got the potential now to invite you all, the Millennium Project, the Planning Committee, and the Executive Committee, to Cairo next year by January. And this is in conjunction with the Academy of Scientific Research and Technology, and with the Higher Education Ministry. And just to put the title, to discuss what's called the global future with emphasis to the Middle East and Africa in the aftermath of COVID-19. We have many scenarios now for this pandemic, and at the same time, we should have the inauguration to launch what's called Egypt's Futures Methodologies, Futures Research Methodology version 1. And thank you very much for the Millennium Project Executive Committee and the Planning Committee to help in this direction, to have that methodology for the first time in Arabic language version 1, in order to help people to think and launch the publications and even the research according to that methodology. And that is all.
You're muted again, Jerry.
Unmute now. Okay, sorry about that. A thought to think about, the Dubai Node is also thinking about hosting it in Dubai. Maybe we can do an interesting thought, is do part of it in Dubai, part of it in Cairo. For people who have not been to those two parts of the world, it could be a very interesting introduction. Okay, let's go over to Israel. Is that Aaron or Yair? Who will be giving the talk?
Hello, everybody. It's Aaron.
Good.
Hello.
Go ahead.
It's great to see you all. I'll try to share my screen, but
it's in the green arrow at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
there it is.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay. So just very briefly, some of our recent activities were around Work Technology 2050. We organized two very successful workshops in Israel that contributed some inputs to the recommendations for actions that were included in the final report. And later I presented the scenarios and the work in several occasions in Israel, and also wrote an article in a new journal that is devoted to utopias and dystopias. So I published an article there in Hebrew about the scenarios which are between utopias and dystopias, as you know, which now makes me think about maybe possible future activity of the Millennium Project based on the current situation and the COVID scenarios. Maybe the Work Technology 2050 scenarios should be maybe somehow modified or updated with the information what's going on now, because this surely will affect the future of work. It is already affecting. So I guess that if we would write the scenarios from the start now, they would look different under the influence of the experience of the current experience of the pandemics. Just a thought. I will skip the previously we had several activities about the future of terrorism that maybe I will want to add some words later, and some previous stuff. And the next activities will be again presenting in some more forums the result of the Work Technology 2050. By the way, I also was invited to present it in the Israeli Democracy Institute. They have a forum on working on the future of work. So I presented the results there, and I participate in their continuing activities. And now we are contributing to the COVID RTD. I sent the invitation to several experts in Israel. I hope they will respond. I don't know yet. And we are we would like very much to cooperate with other nodes on new proposals, proposals to European Union projects, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, and the next programs. So we're looking forward to cooperation, and also the dissemination of the State of the Future Index in Israel. And I think I will now finish with that.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Yara, do you have something to add to that? If not, we'll go on to Nandos in Greece. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I unmuted myself.
Ah, good. Okay.
I just wanted to say that, as you saw, we are dealing much with the future of terrorism. And it's interesting to see that, at least from the socio-economical point of view, we found some similarities between COVID-19 and terrorism, how people behave and react, and how we live with terrorism now, and we will live with COVID-19 in the future. We also, together with Ted and Elizabeth, we did a very wide RTD on what terrorism is, and most of the nodes took part in it. And we will launch a new definition of terrorism very shortly. That's for now. Thank you.
I might mention that the book referred to by Aaron on our latest work on terrorism is called Tripping Points on the road to control of terrorism.
Okay.
And as opposed to Tipping Points, which was a misprint on Aaron's slide.
Sorry about that.
And that little R in Tripping Points is what we're talking about. Those things which can confuse and frustrate the detection of terrorism, or mistakes that terrorists themselves can make in order to make themselves more visible, and which make themselves more visible.
Okay, let's go over to Greece. Now, I saw Nandos earlier. I don't see you online. Are you there? Unmute yourself. Ah, good.
Hello.
All right, good.
Well, I believe it's my first executive committee meeting, and so I'm really happy that I am here and at least virtually and see everybody. As everybody's talking about the COVID, let me quickly say about the situation in Greece, and I will at the same time share my screen. All right. I don't know if, okay. If I cannot make it, right. Can you see my screen or not?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You heard you hit the little green button at there it goes. It's coming up. It's coming up.
All right.
We can see it now.
All right.
But
perfect.
you gotta, yeah.
Yeah, we can see just your desktop right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see my? All right.
Yes.
Okay. So Greece was one of the best performers globally in terms of how we managed to deal with COVID, but now we are in a very dangerous status because everybody feels like there is no virus, so everybody is actually behaving like normal. So some people, we are very afraid that we'll see a sudden rise of incidents again. Anyway, as regards our achievements, and I will only stay in our 2 minutes time. If I would say three main things that changed for us during the last year, I would say that we have a more impressive appearance in the local media, and also we now have a lot of national projects that we didn't have before, especially in the field of innovation. So we are working with local governments. We also have a new, let's say, quite important activity for us, which is related with education and schools. Of course, we are involved in the International Certified Future Strategy course. We are involved in several studies, scenario studies for different fields. You can see in my presentation on urban farming, on the future of specific municipalities in the country. We are involved in several projects with UNESCO related with futures literacy. And I would say that a very important, let's say, moment for us was the publication of in September of the work 2050 study, and that was a big boom in the press. So it helped us a lot to talk a lot in the local media and newspapers, TV stations, and it was really important for us. We had a very important coverage. We've been in several conferences until the time that everything was stopped. So during the last year, we were almost in all the important conferences that took place in Europe. Finally, the main things that we are doing now, we are working on the Greek SOFI, and we hope that we'll be able to start talking with experts in the country from September, and Jerry and Ted will need your advice of how we are going on this. We started using a new educational tool, which is Minecraft education. So we'll try to see how gaming can help us in our work. And we have done our first test, and now we are thinking of using also this for the 3 scenarios of the Millennium Project for the work 2050, but we're still working on this. And again, working with UNESCO on designing futures literacy labs. And this is more or less the main things that we are now under development. Thank you both. And thanks. It was nice to see you, everybody.
Jerry, you are muted again.
It's great to see you, and I'm looking forward to this idea of the theory of relativity in futures research. I think that'll be sort of fun. Let's now go over to Bulgaria, to Marina.
Hi, everybody. I'm very glad to meet you all virtually. I would like to share my screen. Let's try to do that. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, this is my presentation. It summarizes the activities of Millennium Project Bulgarian Node for the last 2 years. It is connected mostly with my academic work. This year, at the beginning of February, I published my first book in Bulgarian. It's about artificial intelligence, a brief history and ethical aspects, and it was presented as a main event of Bulgarian Node. I delivered a lecture. The third part of the book is dedicated to ethical framework of the artificial intelligence. So if you're interested, I could translate it to English and to send it to you. As you know, as a continuation of our work together with Theodore Gordon, Ted and I wrote a book of counterfactual analysis and future studies, and both of me and him, our affiliations are in our bias are connected with Millennium Project. I have 21 new articles for those 2 years, and most of them describe the activities of Millennium Project, and I have citation of Millennium Project Future Study Reports. Together with a small team, we have elaborated a blockchain platform for decision making and electronic voting, and I suggested it to the World Academy of Art and Sciences at the Conference for Global Transformative Leadership as a tool to conduct a global referendum together with United Nations. And Gary just suggested that this platform might Millennium Project and World Academy of Art and Sciences to work together and to contribute to each other. Also, I have, let's go further, there's some problem. I have participation in several conferences, and I conducted 3 events of Millennium Project where I presented a work and tech report, and also the Millennium Project State of the Future WASP report. And last but not least, I've participated in 77 media interviews. 54 were dedicated to AI issues and 23 to future studies and Millennium Project initiatives. Jerry, I will provide you all of the links of the interviews, and thank you for your attention. Bye.
Wow. An awful lot of nice media stuff there. My goodness gracious. Okay, we got to go over to Romania. And also, we have Elizabeth is also in Romania. So I don't know if there's going to be a 2-step dance or a 1-step dance. Who would like to speak first?
Maybe Elizabeth wants to take the floor.
Well, it's hello. Yeah, I don't know why my video is not coming in. It should be only a 1-step dance for Adrian. I am in Romania, but still as a global citizen. So I did not contribute to the Romanian note per se since I returned. Sorry about that, Adrian. We will correct that. I will promise I can. But since I came, I just didn't have time to. Oh, now I know why my video was not working. It was covered. So sorry about that, Adrian. We will correct that. But no, it's a 1-step dance. Adrian is running the show in Romania, all by himself so far.
Okay, Adrian, take it away.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It's very nice to meet you all virtually. A few words about the Romanian node activity. We participated in several rounds of Delphi survey on 4 alternative future scenarios on genetic modification experiments run by the Italian node, Simone Dizio including, and also to a real-time Delphi survey on the definitions of terrorism run by Ted and Elizabeth. In terms of academic presence, we participated and co-organized a panel at the 3rd Anticipation International Conference in Oslo. It was a panel on the global governance futures. We started from the premise that, there is a paradigmatic shift from globalism centered in the West to a decentered globalism, where emerging countries are playing increasing role. And we try to give answers to some questions like how liberal and non-liberal countries could work together in providing global goods, or how to conceal different modes of capitalist organizations. What would be the influence of emerging countries in terms of the future of democracy and the role of the citizens in participatory global governance and things like that. were present Ted Fuller, Marie-Hélène Cayol, also Roberto Poli, and discussant Rael Mirror. It was a very interesting discussion, and we hope to further on this kind of meetings. Also, I contributed the chapter on Roberto Poli Handbook Anticipation, published in 2019. It was a chapter on long cycles and anticipation, premised on the theory of George Modelsky, to what extent applying futures methodology to it could be a tool for envisaging different future scenarios. Also, I contributed a chapter to a book on NATO in general, and it was basically a Romanian chapter. And also, we, together to another member of the Node, Razvan Gilash, presented a paper to the FTA 2018 Future in the Making conference in Brussels, and now the paper is considered for publication by the Future Journal. It's also extrapolation of the long cycles theory, but applied to the case study, the Sino-American relations, and what would be the lessons for the EU of this, possible competition and also cooperation. We discussed basically 3 scenarios and what would be the EU's impact and influence on it.
Excellent, thank you. We've
I'll
gone some time.
here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we go over to Finland, and Sirka, I want to forewarn you. First, got to unmute yourself there, Sirka. The University of Pennsylvania are doing these little mini think tank, virtual think tanks around the world, and I'm in one of them. And they listed me as Jerry Glenn or Jerome Glenn, Millennium Project, Finland. So if you start to getting some email from the University of Pennsylvania, you'll know it's not my doing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Nice to know that. So hi, everyone. It's really great to be here and see you all at this virtual planning committee meeting. So the link to the detailed report of the Helsinki Node activities for the first 6 months of this year is in the Google Docs. But let me remind you that we already made a previous report concerning last year, so I should add that link as well. So I will highlight a few things of our activities. Osmo Kuusi and I published an article on the future of work and technology in the major or most acknowledged Finnish science communication journal. So it was published this month. I will send the link to it, but it's in Finnish. So then, as you know, Helsinki Node is very closely collaborating with Finland Futures Research Center, and we organize each year an international conference. This year's conference had to be postponed to next year, so you are all invited in June to Helsinki, and there will be a special FEN Millennium session there. And then we are very eager at Helsinki Node to cooperate with other nodes. So it came to my mind that especially these 2 books, the methods book and the scenario book, where Millennium work is also presented, are very suitable material if you want to organize some joint workshops, seminars, etc. So also another new event or opportunity is visualizing futures work. I congratulate Millennium Project having these videos of 15 global challenges, because we really need to visualize futures material in order to communicate it. So Helsinki Node works with the Finnish Society for Future Studies, which was established by Professor Pentti Malaska and celebrates its 40th anniversary now. And to celebrate that, there is a video call, so everybody can send 2 to 5 minute video of the life after COVID-19. So it's currently on this call, and the deadline is 15th July. So I'm inviting you who are interested to participate in this. All the details are in the Helsinki Node report that is in the Google Docs. So thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you, Sirka. Now let's go on over to the wild beauty of Montenegro and Milan. Hello, good to see you. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Hello. Just 2 minutes. I want to be very short and explain you and share with you some interesting ideas coming from our new project, ID documents for the Montenegro. We just produced a new documents for the Montenegro, which are completely smart and biometrically, and just coming to an idea how to travel with Corona. There is a very good idea coming from Israel, one company coming from Israel that I recently found on internet. Just try to, yes. You could see here that one company from Israel found that biometric smart card could enhance the travel with Corona. So just basically, there will be a register with health status of each person coming from one country to another country, and having in a smart card of ID card status of the Corona health. That means that this could be used for enhancing traveling to the countries. And I hope that we will be in position in Montenegro to experiment with that. Also, there will be a possibility to travel with a special visa sticker putting in a passport on visa pages, and that sticker also could be connected with the Central Register of Health. That's something that I want to share with you, working on that, and I hope that in next period we will be with more points to share how this could be used worldwide. Congrats to all, and we'll stay with you and hear how are you and what are you doing. Ciao.
Excellent. Ciao. Thank you very much. We're going to take, before we go to Slovenia and Blaj, we're going to take a 2-minute break. So if you got to go get your coffee or whatever, take 2 minutes and then come back. But just 2 minutes, not 3 minutes. All right.
Jerry, I have to leave, so I say bye to everybody. I enjoyed being here.
It was nice having you. It's good to have you back again.
Safe, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you,
Thank
Boston.
Very nice
Thank you,
again, Moshe.
Yeah, sure. Elizabeth, Ted.
Hi, hi, Jerry.
I have to leave as well, Jerry.
Okay.
Hi.
Charles asked a question on the chat segment of the video about participation of his group in the RTDs. You're on, are you not, Charles?
Just unmute yourself. Yeah, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Charles.
On.
Yeah.
I don't see your picture coming up, but in any event, the answer is
he's
yes.
there.
Oh, there you are. I see it.
Yeah.
The answer is yes, sure. Get your team to participate.
Yeah, there's several. First of all, where it says U.S. Socioeconomic, that your group should definitely be involved in. On the international, same with the international economic. Now, on the health medical, we want professionals that are in the health medical fields.
Yes, of course.
Answering those because they're expert. But for the socioeconomic, absolutely, both U.S. and international.
Right. Now, I can't guarantee that they'll find the time because we've got some other things going on too on scenarios, but I thought it might be useful to the extent again.
And always with the RT Delphi approach, they can come in, answer 2 questions, leave. The next day, answer 2 questions and leave, you know.
Of course.
So, yeah.
And particularly, Charles, when we formed the scenarios, if your guys could participate in the RTDs, reviewing those scenarios,
right,
critiquing them and bringing them up to date,
right,
and introducing information into them that we will undoubtedly omit,
right,
that would be very helpful. That's the RTDs that are coming up in a month or so.
Sure, we're working on some of our own and various aspects of this as well, as you might guess.
Excellent.
And by the way, on the comment about the work, tech scenarios, and the COVID deal, scenario 3, basically half the population are into the self-actualizing economy. So you can be working at home in that scenario. So it might not affect the scenarios quite as much as we thought. And one of the things I'm noticing as I do like interviews with people on this, like you all do too, is a lot of the stuff we're talking about have been speeded up. The application of AI, the idea of working at home, international video stuff working like this rather than having everybody get in a jet plane. An awful lot of the stuff we've been talking about, the COVID's really has speeded up, it seems to me.
Speeded up and simultaneously slowed down in other aspects at the same time.
And some other ones, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, that might be a little interesting thing. Have a little balance. You know, here's where it speeded it up and here's where it slowed it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the scenario that's on Hazel's website that I read this morning,
yeah,
raises the very interesting point that we may come out of this as a world population, seeing how responsible we are for the future of the world.
Yeah, it's an IQ test because it's the first time we've had a global timeout together, whether you're right wing, left wing, Asia, Africa, doesn't matter. It's all of us. It's the only IQ test that the species has had at the same time.
Let's hope we don't fail. A pleasure being with you all. I'll see you.
Okay, Ted. Take care. Say hi to Annie.
I will do. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye,
our break
Bye,
is...
Ted.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Ted.
Okay. Blaj, unmute yourself and tell us what's happening there.
Hello to everyone. Yeah, I unmute myself. So yeah, a report from Slovenia, the sunny side of the Alps, and from Southeast Europe. So mainly Go Foresight Institute, or GFS, focused on 3 main areas: sustainable development goals, advocating a just world, and well-being. Of course, we work with different stakeholders, and yeah, the year behind was very challenging, and this year even more. So the year behind, let me highlight 3 things as a report. First was we apply and present Europe 2034 project together with Hector and Ibon. Second thing was we organized successfully blockchain for SDGs Europe Asia Tour, which finished in Kuala Lumpur last year. And the third thing is we successfully concluded 9 forum on future of cities, Ljubljana Forum. So that was last year. This year, of course, we planned 10th anniversary, which we postponed to the next year on future of cities, Ljubljana Forum. But nevertheless, we will launch this year City Academy together with European Commission, European Investment Bank, many of the cities and universities. So actually it will be city of the future around smart, sustainable, inclusive, and from 2020 also resilient. So all those 4 concepts together, how it works. Then, yeah, 2 things more as a plan. One is we actively participate in a creation of conference on future of Europe, which will start this year and will have a major milestone next year during Slovenia EU presidency, second half. And the next year, the third thing, and with that I will conclude, is of course 10th anniversary of Ljubljana Forum that will take place 7th, 8th October 2021. So over there, it will be the concept of the city 2020 that we are working big time now represented. I'm looking forward, of course, to see many of you next year. All the best, and as usual, always having a good time in the past, now, and especially building the future.
Excellent, thank you, Blaj. Now, I don't see either chair, co-chair from Hungary. If you're there, unmute yourself and let me know, but I don't see them there. And same with Pavel. Pavel, are you there? I'm not sure he's able to get through. Okay, let's go over to Poland. Are we losing all of Central Europe here? Going one, the Polish node, that's usually a very active node, especially on internet. Okay, let's go over to, okay, who's going to do the Fin report then? Is that Cornelia? Oh, who's this coming up? Ah, the German node. We'll do it together with the German node and the and Fin. All right, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Super. I'm trying.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Good. Hi, everybody. So that's okay. I do both reports in one go, Jerry?
Yes, go, that's fine.
Super.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. To all of you, I'll keep it short, but I have to say I'm very happy to be here. And I think it's great we're doing it this way and can be connected this way. Thanks for everybody who put the work in to make that happen. Concerning the news, I'll try to cover the most, just have a look at the slide which has links and so on. For the German node, we have an initiative going on that's about sort of, we call it refreshing the node. Not that we haven't been fresh, but we try to be even fresher, which is about bringing in a new generation of futurists. It's a key issue you've heard me talk about quite some time, about the longevity of the project as such. And we're bringing in those new generations, also try to increase the diversity of the members and the visibility. We have great members who are also now trying to help us with visibility and PR, which has been not the easiest in Germany, but is improving. We had the Work Tech 2050 publication I can show you. Hope you can see that. The English one, I'll put all the links in the chat in a bit also. And we did a study together with Ted and Jerry and the Millennium Project and the Node from Poland on the future of sustainability in the fashion industry for CNA Foundation. So that's all freely available. We shared the work of the Millennium Project quite a lot. We've set up also a new Instagram account, which seems to be going well for also reaching a younger demographic. We've spoken about the work of the Millennium Project in various occasions. I think we weren't so good at making the list, but maybe 20 or so occasions, interviews, keynotes, and so on over the last 12 months, I would say. And we vow to count next time. And we also, that's my reminder, we also helped with getting a little job to the Millennium Project on a survey for the German national foresight process from the BMBF, where there was a survey run via the Millennium Project Delphi service. So we're also trying to give some parts of our projects back to the headquarters and make that happen. What we have seen from the current situation is that running virtual meetings and also making them work meetings seems to work very well. So we've done that with the German group of the Node, and we try to have a small publication out on sort of updating perspectives on the future of work from the perspective of our members. So you should see that in the next weeks and we will share it. Yeah, and I think I will leave it at that. We're also supporting a small project in a small share by Christian at the City of Cologne on the future of work there. So bringing the Millennium Project in, but I will leave it at that and ask you to look at the slides for more details. And I will switch to, if I can, to the Foresight Europe network. So Foresight Europe network, for those of you who don't know it, the Foresight Europe network is made up in parts of Millennium Project nodes, but we also have many other members. It's basically about connecting Foresight practitioners in the field in Europe, although we also had guests from outside of Europe. So you're welcome to join. There's links in there how you can join. There's no membership fee and so on. We're trying to make Foresight more visible. We do publications, 2 meetings a year and so on. And this is just to update you a bit of what we're doing. One key project is at the moment to reach out to other networks. For example, the Millennium Project tried to connect it, share the news in all directions. We've also set this up with a German network here, which is from the alumni of the university who teaches a master in Foresight here. And we're reaching out to a couple of others, trying to basically share and make systematic connections and not so piecemeal. And apart from that, there's some overlap here, for example, in the study I've mentioned, but we also had 2 meetings in the duration I'm reporting on. And in terms of plans, there's also a virtual meeting we will try to hold. So you will hear about that if you're on the mailing list. Maybe modeling a bit from this one. At the end of summer or early autumn, we're just about setting that up. And we hope to have a face-to-face meeting in 2021, probably again connecting to the Finland Futures Conference, which will be in Helsinki, if I'm not mistaken, and dates and links are here. Yeah, and that would be it for now. I'll share lots of links and I'm glad to be with you and learn about all your projects.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, that goes for everybody. Don't forget to, we'll hopefully have all the links on the Google Docs, but we can also maybe send them as put them on the Millennium Project website at some point. Now, if I do, I'll let you know about that. Now, Tunisia, I was going to, is he there? I think he put the slide share there on the Google Docs, but when I clicked it on to give the report, it said it's private. So we'll have to make that public later on and go instead over to Italy.
Jerry.
Yeah?
Rania from Tunisia is there. Maybe she wants to talk.
Okay. Does she have a report? Well, we're not hearing that. So.
And how about Azerbaijan? Rayhan from Azerbaijan. Maybe she wants to talk now?
I'm sorry. Rania from Tunisia.
Did you want to add something on the report there? Because I've got the PowerPoint, but unfortunately wouldn't open up on SlideShare because he made it private rather than public.
Okay.
So, Rania, did you want to share something or not?
I shared a work about post-COVID scenario in Tunisia, for the case of Tunisia, and it is uploaded on the platform. I want to speak about it for a little second.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
I would share my screen.
Yep.
If possible.
Yes. Okay. Green button at the bottom.
Yes.
There you go. It's coming up. It's there.
Okay. First of all, I recently integrated the Tunisian MP node, and I'm really happy to be among you. I would like to share our work on considering Tunisia post-COVID scenario with Mr. Jalal Eddin, the chairman of the Tunisian node, and student teams. I will explain only the work design. In this work, we went through the actual situation and based our thinking on 2 uncertainties, key drivers. The first one, as you can see, is an assessment of the government performance facing the pandemic. going from excellent to unflattering. And the second one is whether or not the medical society develop a vaccine against the disease. We have considered 5 macro-environmental factors: politics, economy, geopolitics, health, and social. And we come up with 4 possible future scenarios. Like you can see, we have chosen to give some title for everyone. The first one is called Stairway to Heaven, and it's the most optimistic scenario, when the government performance is good and there is a vaccine. The second one is when the government performance is good, but there is no vaccine. And the third one, called You've Got a Friend, it's when the government performance is weak and there is no vaccine, and there is a vaccine. And the last one is the most pessimistic one, called Epitaph, and it's when the government performance is weak but there is no vaccine. And then we developed a framework for every scenario, as you can see. And we have also integrated all the web resources we worked on. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Rehan, are you ready to go next, or should we go on to Italy? Rehan going once. Rehan going twice. I'm hearing sound. Rehan, are you...
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
Yes. You hear me?
Yep, go ahead. Yes.
Yes. So, happy to see everybody. Really love the idea that such more style. So I would like to share our activities also every year, but still, last year we were able to bring Jerry to Baku, and he participated in international conference after he was again, and both we were trying to use this possibility.
Rehan, you might want to take your video up because we're losing almost every other word.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, yes, I remember we have a lot of meetings here, and one of our most available project was to continue to renovate our courses, a future course at the State Economic University. And what I'm saying now to everybody is that we're very first who started such kind of, educational project online. If you remember, we started remember where was UVU project, Elizabeth as well. Then Google had very first who started such kind of, about, and now all the world in this situation, and they're doing like most of universities start to use like Zoom platform and other similar. So we were somehow like pioneers in this sphere. Also, I would like to mention that my deputy at our state of the Azerbaijan Society, Eldar Musaibzadeh, is very active, and during this year he published about 3 interviews and articles. The topics was like time for change, where is our world moving, and how to find our place in. The happiness of the world, the future today, and the information revolution 6.0 point, and the horizon of the future, how can Azerbaijan find its place in the new world. All of them are coming place in the happiness of the world, the future today, and the future study society. I'll participate the international conference called International Conference, and what I'm saying is on modern trends and digital economy, organized by the very first State Economic University, and I delivered the speech, the report, which was a main topic was technological trends and of course, Neuronet and the digital economy. Of course, I gave him all information about Millennium Project, about our activities, and etc. So I think it will be good if we all nodes also gather our ideas, and we'll try, because everybody asked me what your colleagues, what you are thinking about the future of like post-COVID future, how we can deal with this. And I think all, and also that has been done by our colleagues will be very good input to the future of planets. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rehan. Now go over to Mara in Rome, in Italy. Yep. Mara, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Whoops. We're getting feedback from somebody. Okay, try it again. Wow, we can hear you now, but we're getting a really weird bunch of sounds from you, though.
Mara, perhaps you should unplug your mic and plug it back in again.
Right. Yeah, it's still the same. Still the same.
No.
Ah, that's good. That's
okay.
Good. Yes.
So
All right.
Yep. Okay. Everyone, at the very end, here I am. So I have a presentation I want to share with you, but there is no time to go over it. So what I'm just doing is a short, recap about our activities, because during the past year we've been working a lot about dissemination and taking part to conferences, both scientific and communication conference. So trying to disseminate future studies the more we could, especially relating to the state of the future translation, Italian translation to the World Tech, and trying to analyze the results of the World Tech study, because I think it is so rich, so we try to disseminate it. We took part to the UNESCO conference in Paris, the Foresight European Network, statistical conferences, science communication, participatory conferences in social science, because, future studies are a diverse field, so we can approach various scientific fields and bring our stuff, which are always very intriguing for other scientific fields. We have tried to develop also communication activities for awareness, like the Happy 2050 campaign, and we had facilitating the World Future Day. I also wrote a report about the World Future Day, and it's going to be published soon, hopefully. I'm waiting for an answer. We have dissemination channels. I'm also collaborating with a journalistical platform, so I would like to bring in Italy your activities. So please let me know what you're doing, your projects, and we'll, use them both for the Millennium Project network and for Italy. We made interviews, radio interviews, magazines interviews, and so on, but we're also really into research together with the other co-chairs, Simone Di Zio, both about statistics and communication science and participation and so on. We do a lot of networking activity. I am a board member and founder of the Italian Association of Futurists. I co-founded a community of practice about the future, and we try to spread the verb of future studies, and that's it for me. We would like to cooperate with all the nodes for proposal drafting, research project, whatever, and I think Simone wants to say something if the connection works. So that's it for me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Gracias.
It's very nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Maybe wants to say something. Yeah.
Hello to everybody. Hi Jerry, hi Elizabeth. I'm really happy to see you all. And also I would like to thank all the people contributing to the Delphi on genetic modification scenarios. Jose, Concepcion, Yahir, Kamal, Milan, Ibon, and so on. Thank you very much.
And that's it.
Okay. Now
I will share my presentation there in the chat anyway, so that you can see the activities in detail.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Now, we've got a video from Argentina. Miguel, are you online there? Because they sent a video. I don't know if that was because he wasn't able to come and sent the video, but I'm not sure I can play it. I'm trying
Jerry, we are still in Europe. We are in Europe.
What?
We are still in Europe. Forget about Argentina. We are not in Latin America yet.
Well, who was it that put that Argentina list in front of me there? Ah, I see what's going on. Thank you, Jose, for getting me straightened out. We go to Netherlands next. All right.
Okay. Okay, good. I already started share screening to be efficient. So hi
Yes.
from Netherlands.
Perfect.
I am glad to be here, and I just thought to did I now share my screen? Share.
Yeah, it was shared. It was shared.
Okay.
Now share it again.
All right. To give you an update on the topics that we're, as the different participants in the node are mostly busy with. So education is one of the main topics, as also a lot of our partners are in universities, and how to bring futures literacy forward. And I think nice also is that we're pushing the voice of the next generation with the future conversation also with youth, and really interesting. It's just published today. There's been published, and I'll put it in a link, also a futures manifesto by the next generation foresight practitioners. Just change stories after COVID as inspiration for positive futures. And next to that, education, also ethics, health, and water. Especially the dilemmas, e-health, and water and smart agriculture are part of the research areas. And for us as the node, we work on our different research projects and try to see connections amongst each other, working on a few connections on futures thinking in education, and bringing together all the educational programs that are teaching futures thinking to make connections, and also e-health and ethics, bringing those together in specific topics is what our partners are working on, especially at the Pontus University and the University of Twente. And of course, next to this, we're always looking for opportunities to support interesting projects of other nodes. So I've been taking notes on what could be participations with the interesting things I heard so far. And also, if you have anything to do with the topics that I just presented, then also feel free to reach out. And I think for us also to, we're searching for inspiration a bit. And also I saw that Germany is on the refreshing, and also some other sections how to reorganize and better structure the nodes. So we're looking for that, and also other ways how we can contribute best. So looking forward to find ways to cooperate together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Oh, Miguel, I was too quick. I was looking at the wrong list. You'll be about, there's another, we're still in Europe. We'll get to Latin America.
Okay.
That was my fault. I was looking at the wrong list here. So we're going to go over to the Brussels area node. Marianne, are you there? Unmute yourself. You got to unmute yourself. Hit the little, you see where you can unmute yourself? Do you see like a little blue box up in the upper right-hand corner? Or do you see another mute down at the bottom left?
Like this?
Ah, there you go. That's it. There you go.
Yes. Happy to meet you all again. And well, we do it from our own home. And I was so happy when I met you on another continent and so on. So it will come again. I speak for the Brussels area node, and I could share my screen if it works.
You see the green button at the bottom of your screen where it says share screen?
Well, it's not important.
Okay, we can get it later.
I put a link in the document. So, of course, the Destre Institute is still working. You know, Philippe de Stad is all the time a hardworking man about foresight and so on. And I want to share with you now, in the small time I have, the work we are doing with the Millennium Women Innovation and Foundation. And so we are working about Millennia 2025 Digintel, and it is about collective intelligence and digital skills as drivers for empowerment. I have sent you a document already about this, but the good news for me and for my team is that we got the label of UN Women for this. So I would be so happy if the Millennium Project members agreed to participate to Millennia Digitals, and particularly as we are facing COVID-19, the crisis, the confinement, deconfinement, and so we must all reconfigure our vision of human intelligence by using or by learning to use digital tools in order to survive or to adapt our way of living to new contexts, building a better future solidarity. So how to participate? I simply ask you to answer 7 questions. I thank Conception and Jerry, you sent documents to me. So please all try to answer those questions, because I'm a member of the Generation Equality UN Women Advisory Committee. And so I will report to the UN Women, and I would be very happy to include the Millennium Project to this. So thank you to all, and welcome.
Excellent, thank you. And now we go over to Paris. Safia, you want to unmute yourself and share what's going on there?
Hi, I'm very happy to be with you this afternoon for me. And I would like to share my screen with you, and just a little time.
Yep, it's coming up.
It's okay.
Present participle is a very abused verb tense. Anyway, go ahead. There it is. Now it's there.
It's okay for you?
Wait, yep, see,
okay.
Yep.
Okay, it's just a little presentation about Millennium Project Trench Node philosophy. As you know, Millennium Project Trench Node was created a long time ago already, and we work with our website, Prospective for Sci Network. This website will be refreshing this next year. We talk about refreshing with other nodes, and I think that it's a very good word, because we need to find new solutions to try and to collaborate. And I think that digital tools are very, very important for now, and especially now. This year was very special for me, because with my students, we needed to invent new way of working online. And for some professor, it was very difficult to be update with the new methods. And I think that for the future and for now, I would like to develop new tools or methods to share differently with students. And I was very happy to listen to Erica, because she like me, she wants to find new solution with youth, and to prepare youth for sci studies. And it's not very easy to find the good format to explain for sci study to youth, and to sensibilize youth for sci study. And for me, it's a very important project for now. I would like to promote more and more the creativity in foresight method and tools. And I do that with my in consulting with leaders, but it's not enough, because it's difficult to use creativity in a real organization. All the people are not completely open to creativity, and I think it's damaged, because it's very important for the future. Just a little date, seminar and conference with Jerry in Paris, with Majelis Consulting in 2010, in USA Business School in 2015. These last years, I was very occupied with students and organization, and I say that I will be more implicated in Millennium Project now, because I will give more time to find new method and way to collaborate together. And it's good for me. And I think that Perspective for Science Network is a very good platform to share and to collaborate. This Perspective for Science Network is open for you, for all the nodes who wants to give new information. I'm very open, and you will see that there is a place for Millennium Project and the nodes of Millennium Project. And all of us, if you want to share with the French node your publication, your information, it's open for you. Don't hesitate to use it and to send me some information. For the next year, my engagement with Millennium Project is all the time with youth, and how to develop new methods to help youth to be agile with anticipation. I would like to develop eco-activity. Why eco-activity is very important for me for the next year is because I work a lot with federation in Habitat, Nouvelle Habitat, and I've seen that there are a lot of problems to find youth for the future to work in this eco-activity. Eco-activity is very important, you know, but in some special work, it's difficult to have student or apprenti for the moment. And I think that we need to explain to you that some eco-activities are very, very important for the future and will be very good jobs. Some jobs are not very considered by youth for the moment. And co-petition, it's for me my research since 5 years, and co-petition is a very good way to enter in foresight studies, because it's a very difficult exercise and to be in collective strategies, and we need to have a very
Safia, we're way over on time. And Marianne, you can also unmute yourself.
You have this this presentation on the platform. Okay. Thank you so much for this moment with you.
Merci
Don't hesitate to give me some news on Perspective for Science Network, and see you soon.
Excellent. Hope so. Now we go over to Spain. Iban?
Hello, I think I'm turning around.
How about that? Are
You're
you
upside
down,
down.
are you down in Australia or what?
Yeah, something. I will quit the video.
That's pretty interesting.
I'll try to be short. We are half an hour late, and I have to run to another meeting. So and there are other 3 people in Spain that are with me here: Hector Casanueva, Adolfo Castilla, World Future Society Chair, and José Luis Cordeiro, the 3 of them in Madrid. So the main activities were we were working in the future of work and technology 2050, and especially now with the post-COVID scenarios. So many impacts as we have seen in the future of work. We submitted a couple of proposals to the EU. And then we've been completing the report on the 3 scenarios on the future of work and technology in the Basque Country for the Basque government, and also working on the future of work observatory, doing forecasting and scenarios at the local work government. And we are now also developing those observatories in other regions in Spain and talking to the central government to develop a nationwide future of work observatory. So mainly was also we are developing activities related to dissemination, disseminating the future of work research on conferences and talks. And then together with the help of some of my colleagues in Madrid, mainly Adolfo Castilla, we've been doing some contacts to develop those, to contact the Red Cross in Spain to develop these COVID-19 second wave scenarios, but no outcomes so far. Also, I was doing some contacts with government people for this artificial intelligence research. And last but not least, at the beginning of the year, as Jerry knows, the government announced the creation of a National Foresight and Strategy Office under the Prime Minister Office. But as far as we know, nothing has happened so far because of the COVID crisis. So we will follow up and see what happens with that national office. That's all from my side.
Excellent, Ivan. Thank you. In the idea that they haven't done something because of the COVID crisis, well, if we're moving to a more digital work environment, maybe they should begin that way rather than convert to it. But anyway, it's nice that they've at least got it on paper. Okay, let's go over to London and see what Rohat and Dave Woods got for us.
Right. So I'm going to share a brief report on behalf of both Rohit and myself. Very quickly, we've been pretty busy writing books, publishing books about the future. They're all special in my view, but the one on the left is very special in that it was conceived in the middle of March, and invitations were sent around to find people to write chapters, and the book was released just 10 weeks later. We've also been busy with meetings. London Futurists has moved up during the pandemic from previously roughly 1 or 2 meetings a month to now 1 meeting a week, in which we are gathering together people from around the world to discuss radical scenarios, including, as you can see, regulating the rise of AGI. Fast Future with Rohit also been doing even more online seminars. I know a number of the Millennium Node chairs have been involved in these, all based around raising the caliber of discussion about the future. And one thing that's become clear from these discussions, both at London Futurists and at Fast Future, is not just new ideas about the future of the world, but new ideas about the future of foresight and implications for the future of the Millennium Project, which brings me on to the most important things I'd like to cover, what the UK Node is actually doing with Millennium projects. We have engaged a number of people, I think 9 at the last count, we have invited to submit their answers to the real-time Delphi number 3 on the scenarios for COVID. We are looking forward very much to what may be one of the most important Millennium Project activities of all so far, which is to look at the rise of AGI. Several of us have been involved in various ways in the preparations for the virtual meeting of AGI. I have to share 2 unpopular views. First, most people working in AI don't really understand how significant the rise of AGI will be. And second, many people working in foresight do not understand how significant and how quick the rise of AGI might be. So we're very much looking forward to helping that project. And then as regards the future of foresight, there is a great hunger in many fields for more reliable information about future scenarios and about futures methods. It is now time to find the ways to help the rest of the world discover the vast depth of knowledge and insight and ideas that are in GFIS. And we're looking forward to discussing that more in perhaps the open discussion section of this meeting. That's all for now. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's great. By the way, if I forget to send a note out to everybody about the link to the AGI 1-week conference, please remind me to send that out. I think it's going to be available soon. And it's a nice little thing. You can sort of click in the different parts that you don't want to listen to. You can jump ahead and so forth. It's a nice overview. It's probably the largest collection of thought in one video sequence that may have ever been put together, as far as I know.
There were 5 days, 2 days of detailed technical workshops, 2 days of more general technical analysis, and then 1 day of the moral and ethical implications, how to ensure that AGI is compassionate rather than anti-human.
Right. Now, David, do you already know if the link is active yet for the recording of the week?
I think the ones that were on YouTube, which is days 1 and 2 and 5, probably are already active.
Okay.
I'll look for that and I'll share it in the chat.
Excellent. Oh, also, just send it out to the MPPC listserv. Actually, you can also send it out to the Mill Proj listserv. For those who don't know, the MPPC listserv is just us. The Mill Proj are people who participated in our research who wants to continue to participate. So the Mill Proj is like, I don't know, 550 or 600 people, whereas Mill Proj is just us. But I would suggest you send it out to both of them. Okay, let's go over to Iceland. Thank you, David. Let's see, have we?
Yes.
There you are.
Hi, Jeremy. Nice to be with you, and great platform here. I put together a video which I wanted to show you, and that's our input from Iceland.
Excellent. There you are. We see you.
Here you are.
Go ahead and run.
Okay. Here you are.
Mm-hmm.
Carl, you have to enable the sound option when you share screen.
Enable.
What you have to do is on share screen, and then again share it. You will see at the bottom a checkbox which reads share sound, something like that. You have first to unshare the screen.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Antoni, can you do it for him with the link?
Let us. Okay. Yeah, if you have the link, I can play it. Or else you can try again and share it. Either way.
Jeremy, can you play it on your side?
Maybe if Carl, if you can share the URL on the chat, I can play it for you too.
It's on the list there, Jeremy.
On the Google Docs. It
is
is
on
on
the
the
Google
Google
Docs.
Docs.
Okay, sorry.
On the Google Docs under Iceland.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Just a second. Here it is. I'm just gonna share the screen.
Hi, I am Karl Fredriksson, CEO of the Icelandic Center for Future Studies and a Managing Director at the Innovation Center of Iceland. Let's start with the good news. The Icelandic authorities have now lifted the state of emergency implemented last February when the first COVID infection was confirmed. Open our borders with some restrictions. The COVID challenge has been dealt with in a professional way and not been a political issue. We have been encouraging our business and entrepreneurs to look for a smart solution to take forward to the future and to hack the crisis. In Iceland, we run several platforms in relation to future studies. The Icelandic Center for Future Studies is non-profit development and knowledge Center for Future Studies. We have active board members of the Icelandic Millennium Node. We have a focus group on future studies within the Management Association of Iceland, which is comprised of roughly 300 middle or senior level managers of the Icelandic companies. The Icelandic Parliament, Alþingi, has also been a parliamentary group concerning with foresight issue. We have been running scenario planning projects and programs since 2005, published a book 2007 on the issue, and we have been promoting foresight activities with publication, lectures, and conferences since then. We need to introduce other tools and techniques, and they need to be more accepted within the community than they are today. Therefore, we need your support and support of international cooperation in near future. Welcome to the land of fire and ice, where human issues are taken seriously.
Jerry, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you very much. And now we go over to Argentina. We had a quick preview there a little ahead of time. Miguel, are you all set? You can unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. I'm glad to see so many friendly again face. We all living at different times around the world, but we all live in a common time that Greek call it Kairos. Our Kairos now is a perfect storm. This time begins in the field of microbiology and medicine and grows everything human, health, economy, politics, and all the social function, work, education, family. We did a lot in the last 4 months. I put a detail in the presentation, but I will take a minute to explain a participatory anticipation experience that we call the day after to be better. 5 study groups in Argentina, sponsored by 15 other institutions, held 9 weekly meetings. The objective was to contribute a collective thought to the design of the country. Political leaders, businessmen, workers, academics of different ideology presented their ideas and proposals, and the summary of this work was published in a book that I put on a slide share as well. The next step, with the support of the new group called Let's Talk About the Future, will be the creation of the post-pandemic scenarios, and perhaps at Delphi, with the participation of the other country of the region. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We're going over to Lydia in Uruguay. You want to unmute yourself, Lydia? Lydia, can you unmute yourself? Well, if the audio is not going to work, we'll have to go on. Maybe we'll have to come back. Rosa, are you all set in Brazil?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, and
Okay.
maybe Lydia can come in later.
Maybe I should turn off the camera to make it easier. So it's such a pleasure to be with you all, good friends from a long time. I speak on behalf of my behalf and also on behalf of Arnoldo Hoyos. We both share the Millennium Project in Brazil. Let me share my screen. So just a minute. Sorry. Okay. Can you see?
Yes, it's coming up.
Can you see the presentation? Okay.
Yes. There we go. How we see your?
It's okay.
Yeah, what we see now. Yeah, there we.
Okay. Here in Brazil, we have been promoting the exercise of foresight education, always using the Millennium Project and the 15 Global Challenges as the information platform. We are also holding several meetings, several open meetings to disseminate the 2050 work tech study in important innovation centers. Now we are preparing the Portuguese edition of the report. Talking about education, still talking about education, last year we started an international certification in strategic foresight with the signature of the Millennium Project that brought together some of the most recognized futurists in the world. Here you can see who were part of the group of teachers. Some of them present here in this online session, like Jerry Glenn, Ted Gordon, Cornelia, Brock Hisman, and others like Peter Bishop, Wendy Schultz, Philippe de Staats, Ohio, Inatula, Gerd Lamhard, Guilhermina Baena, Jose Ramos, and João Paulo Pinto from all over the world. Regarding education for new generations, who have much more future than us, of course. We are also promoting, like Erica and Safia, we are promoting in a large scale the wonderful movement founded by Peter Bishop and which is already in 25 countries. Teach the Future with training programs for teachers and students in secondary schools. Here we are integrating Teach the Future with the Millennium Project. Prepare students for tomorrow, teach the future today. And about Arnoldo's work at the Catholic University of São Paulo, he has been conducting postgraduate courses for many years, integrating the 15 challenges in the graduation classes, applying SDGs, applying the Millennium Project indicators, and also he's a very, very important role in the regional Latin America network with the indicators development and some other important topics. So this is all. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I saw that Veronica was on a little while ago, but I don't see her from Bolivia right now. Veronica, are you there? Unmute yourself. I don't see you
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Good. Good, Veronica. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Excellent.
It's really nice to see you all since the last meeting here in Bolivia. Okay, I will try to share my screen. I will try to do it quick because it's a lot of information. As you know, we created Futures Week. Here you have the web page where you can find the whole information about the last meeting of the Futures Week. We had around 63 countries. Those people were each, we are talking about more than 2,000 people. And here are the speakers. Rosa was one of the speakers. We decided to integrate young leaders, innovators. They were working with MIT Tech Review. They are under 35 years. So they're great people, and we think they are inspiring other young people because we are working with young people between 15 and 35 years. But if someone else wants to participate and it's not 35, we let them participate also. So as Jerry said, our framework are the global challenges. We start from here. We show them what are the global challenges. I think you know these infographics we created for the publications. And
yes,
we start
thank you very much for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. We start with this. It's like a zoom out what is happening around the globe, and then we make a zoom in and what is happening here in your city, and how are you facing this global challenge in your city, and what are you doing against or for this? It's already gone, my time? 2 minutes?
Well, go ahead because we skipped a couple, so you can go ahead a little bit more. Go ahead.
Okay. We also use the future of work and tech, and we work with this. We translated with Pearson, and it's one of the subjects that we're working also. So what is happening this year? This year, yeah, that was the last year. What is happening this year? This year we are trying to work with another concept. We are trying to make challenges and experience for the people with our partners. One of our partners, as you know, is Uber. Another one is Pearson, who help us with the translation. And those are the young people who are coming. They have a cause. They want to make their city friendly and sustainable. And they will let us, and the governors, and the people of the country, the citizens, and also the people from business, what do they have to propose to change and co-create the future? So if you want to join our project and our cause, you are all invited.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was great. And I want to thank you again for the wonderful planning committee meeting that you organized last time. That was great.
No, it's a pleasure, and let us know maybe the next one sometime.
Okay. Now we go to Venezuela, and I want to give a special thanks to Jose and Tony and Concepcion for pushing me into doing this meeting. So if you like it, you can give them congratulations. If you don't like it, you can complain to me. Jose, go ahead.
Okay, I am going to talk about Venezuela first, and then about River, Latin America. I always remember Jerry when he talked about telenation. So Venezuela has become a telenation. We have 15% of the population who have left the country. 5.5 million people. Actually, 4 of the members of the Venezuela Node are connecting from different countries. Carelis is in Chile, Eleodoro is in Peru, I am in Spain, and some other friends in the USA. Anyway, we are creating the concept of telenode, telenation. We have been working different Millennium Project, usually talking about the 2050 scenarios, now working on the COVID Delphi surveys. have been promoted the fantastic letter written by Hector Casanueva from Chile about foresight organizations in Latin America, and Julio Millan's letter in Mexico about human duties, not just human rights, but also human duties. And we try to collaborate with other groups, as always, the World Futures Studies Federation and others, and celebrate 2 dates every year: Future Day, March 1st, and Longevity Day, October 1st. We have been collaborating also with Nodes and writing articles. I keep on writing articles about the Millennium Project, River, and just now with David Good, my fantastic co-author also from the Millennium Project in London, we wrote a best-selling book called The Death of Death that first came in Spanish, then in Portuguese, and this year will be coming out in French and in Russian, and next year in Chinese, Japanese, Italian, and many other countries. So talking about other countries, let's move on to River. For River, which is the Red Iberoamericana, the Ibero-American Network, we published the first book about 10 years ago, Latin America 2030. And so we are actually updating that study from 10 years ago. And so you can see some of our activities. First of all, after 5 continuous years of meetings, since we began every year, then in 2019, we couldn't have a meeting because we tried first Ecuador and there was social and political unrest and we had to cancel. Then we tried Chile and then there was social unrest in Chile, and then Ecuador again, and then COVID began and diseases. So we hope to have a meeting eventually, probably not anymore in Ecuador or Chile, but we will have one. We are working on 2 books, the one I mentioned about Latin America, but now not 2030, but 2045, and then the one that Concepcion will talk about. And as I mentioned, we try to work with other groups and other teams. And so now let's pass on to the website that Tony will talk about later when he talks about El Salvador. And Concepcion, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see all of you. And this is the new book that we're working on. We have a 50% of advance, and we are planning to have it early next year. You can see here who are writing all the challenges or who have already participated. We are 11 countries, and I want to send you a big kiss to all of you. Oh, okay. I forgot something. This is a replicable model. That's the way we started with Mexico, and then we just went into Latin America. And I think you people from around the world can do the same as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, actually, Australia, I think, was one of the first countries that got funding to create their own, take the 15 challenges, but for Australia. I think they were the first one. And China did one too, as a matter of fact, come to think of it, a long time ago.
And I think that in Latin America, Costa Rica was the one who finished with it. And I think it is very, very useful because besides having the scenarios, we are finishing these books with what we call is that like guiding projects ideas. So for policymakers, it will be very, very useful.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Is there more there, or should we go on to Chile with Heitor? Okay, Heitor, want to unmute yourself and tell us what's going on in Chile, even though I think you're in Madrid.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jerry. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to participate in this meeting, virtual meeting, but this is very good to see everybody on the screen. Well, I'm talking from Madrid, but on behalf of the Chilean Node, I was the founder and current co-chair of the Node. Marcelo Ramirez is the other co-chair. He cannot be here right now. The Node was founded in 1997 during the first visit of Jerry to Chile with Miguel, with Jose and Luis Raño to Santiago, invited by the University of Miguel de Cervantes. I would like to say that since 2014, the node is more and more linked and working in cooperation with the Chilean Council of Foresight and Strategy. The node chairs of the Millennium Project there, Marcelo Ramirez and me, are founders, members of the council with Sergio Vitar. So right now, the Chilean Council is assuming the representation of the node of the Millennium Project there. Our main activities are concentrated in three fields. One is dissemination of the prospective and anticipatory thinking in the public sector and academic institutions, and also disseminating the state of the future publications and other studies of the Millennium Project. During the last year, we organized 3 academic activities with Chilean universities, published 10 newsletters, published 14 articles in newspapers, and collaborated with universities abroad, like University of Alcalá, in Spain, and Universidad Nacional de Educación a Distancia, here in Madrid, and also collaborate with through my own participation in with Prospectiker, plus also NONDAS, because we are connected to prepare proposal to the European Union about the future of Europe. We are working on that. Also, we prepare a proposal about the foresight and methodology of prospective to be published in academic reviews in Chile and abroad. But I would like to say that the main activity since the social outbreak and the political situation of Chile, the crisis, the social crisis and political crisis of Chile, is to participate as the council, as a node, in the constitutional debate to establish a new constitution in Chile. And we are pushing to put at the constitutional level a foresight unit connected with the other public and private institutions, like the Millennium Project has put on the table to create a collective intelligence between the units. And finally, I would like to say that now we are working in a document about the pandemic crisis and the day after. And we hope to publish it in a few weeks more. Finally, I would like to say that we cooperate close with River, with Conchita, with Jose, and the other members of River. Thank you very much. I finished.
You finished? Oh, okay. All right, good. Yes, Jose, was that you? Okay. Thank you, Heitor. Thank you. That's very good. That's going to be very interesting to see if you actually get the foresight unit right off the bat in there. That'll be great to collaborate with. And maybe even put a committee for the future in the parliament, like we talked about some time before. And now let's go over to Peru, to Fernando Ortega.
Greetings from Peru to everyone. Thank you very much, Jerry, for the opportunity to present our activities. Perhaps our most important activity as Node is a celebration of International Future Day, March the 1st of each year. That day, all Peruvian futurists meet to discuss the future and humanity, and above all, the future of Peru. This year, we participate in the Round the World 24-hour conversation on the future. This year, we were fortunate to have the in-person participation of our colleague and friend, Concepcion Labarrieta, chair of the Mexican Node, who honored us with her presence. Concepcion also was a guest of honor of the celebration that we organized the following day, March the 2nd, at the auditorium of the Engineers College of Peru. The event had a great participation with 300 people in the auditorium and more than 1,000 people by internet. Our main activity throughout the year will be to participate in national virtual events representing the Millennium Project to publicize its activities and services. Internationally, we have promoted the Millennium Project's incorporation as a strategic partner institution of the Organization of American States. In the rest of the year, the Peru Node will be dedicated to launching a laboratory of complexity, foresight, and technological surveillance. Also, we will be carrying out a Delphi study on the future of technology in a post-COVID Peru. On the other hand, we are coordinating with the Center for High National Studies for the organization of a master program in foresight and planning, which we hope will have the institutional sponsorship of the Millennium Project. Undoubtedly, I need to discuss this with Jerome. Thank you all for your attention.
Excellent, thank you. And I want to thank you also again for connecting the Millennium Project and the Organization of American States in the technological foresight activity. Hopefully that'll continue to grow and that connect to all the Latin American countries. Well, OAS also includes Canada and the United States as well. Okay, let's go over to our
Uruguay. Lydia is back online.
Lydia's ready? Okay, good. Lydia, go ahead.
Okay. Well, sorry, but we have problems with the internet connection because they are working in the with the optic fiber. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Yes. Very good.
Okay. Well, good morning first, or good afternoon, dear Millennium Project family. It is a pleasure to hear and see all of you. Thank you very much, Sherry, Elizabeth, Ted, Jose, Concepcion, Tony, and all worldwide colleagues to make this great meeting possible. The Uruguayan node of the Millennium Project is also a UNESCO chair in Sociocultural Anticipation and Resilience at the South American Institute for Resilience and Sustainable Studies. Working from the meta framework of future literacy, UNESCO approach, the program involves research and knowledge co-creation, capacity enhancement, and policy development with multiple actors, government, research centers, academies, social organization, and innovation ecosystems. The last 3 years, the focus was on the future of work, technology, and education, paying special attention to broad sociocultural underlying aspects as enablers and inhibitors of change, highly context-specific. Currently, we are developing a general framework to understand, analyze, and contribute with the conceptualization and implementation of anticipatory governance practice. As we know, there are plenty of reasons for governments, organizations, and society to think and analyze the way they are using the future. The actual COVID-19 context is self-explanatory, but at the same time, it is only one specific particular case between many others possible and predictable in the same way. This is a fact and the fact, the indeterminacy and complexity of the world we live on. Therefore, we focus on a more comprehensive appreciation of complexity that embraces uncertainty and surprise, not trying to reduce or deny them. So this simplified general framework for anticipatory governance from capability-based approach pays attention on anticipation as a capacity, expanding the idea of human agency beyond deterministic and simple frameworks. We hope to help strengthening capacities to transform the future in the present. It is being developed and tested as part of an international research project on water governance, Governawa, with the participation of 3 countries, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Well, this is only one example of what we are doing, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be part of the Millennium Project Network and to share these moments with all of you.
Excellent, thank you very much. And now we're going to go out into the Caribbean Sea there, or right along the coast of Colombia, I think it is. Beatrice, you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, Jory. I am here and I am with Beatriz Bechara. Well, I'm going to show you the activities we have developed. Then I'm going to share the screen. Well, I hope everyone can see. Good morning. Very happy to be here, Jerry, and all personnel with us. I'm going to show you the activities of two nodes, Colombia node and Caribbean node. The most important of activities in Colombia node, you know that Colombia node is the strategic thinking and foresight center. It's a center of the University Externado of Colombia. It belongs to the University Externado. And for us, the activities, the most important is the teaching and the research. For the teaching, it's important to point out our master in strategic and foresight and the doctorate in business administration with emphasis on foresight. Jerry has participated as a guest teacher in several years ago. For the foresight research, it's important the two fields we are working in this moment: innovation and science fiction in support of innovation to recognize the signs of the future. We have done some publications in several journals. Well, this is the most important of activities in teaching and research. And we have done some conference and written some papers, especially in 4 topics. The future of employment in Latin America. It's a project with the O's and the concept O's has been made last year. The future of smart technologies in Latin America is a participation of the Lima OAS conference last year with the participation of Jerry. Jerry has been in that time. Colombia in the near future of the post-pandemic and Colombia 2050 papers we have elaborated in April. And the Cassandra effect is very important because is to answer why did the world ignore COVID alerts. Well, that's for the Colombia node. And now Caribbean node, the leader is Mrs. Beatriz Bechara. She led the creation and implementation of the Regional Prospective Network. And she trained a group of 24 teachers from 4 universities with the support of Valley University. Well, that is a very quickly, a very fast presentation of our activities.
Okay, Francisco, thank you very much. That was very good. Now we go to the host of this whole meeting, Tony in El Salvador.
Well, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, everyone, for attending this this meeting. Let me just go to the presentation. Yeah. Here I'm gonna set my own timer. Okay, so yeah, we're a very young node. We founded the node 2 years ago, and maybe I would like to say that we haven't been, as a country in El Salvador, we don't have a future vision tradition or a foresight tradition. So that is one of the main challenges to get going here in El Salvador, but not also in the country, also knowing that we're part of a region. And next year, 2021, we'll be turning to 200 years old. And we have, as a region, a common past, but do we have a common future? That's what we're trying to look forward. And we know we have very common challenges, such as crime and violence, migration. For example, a third of the population from El Salvador lives abroad. We rely very much on remittances. We have also a large part of the population living in extreme poverty. And also with this pandemic issue, we expect that to get a little worse. Also, corruption, unemployment, and the health system that is not too good are part of the challenges that we face. And a couple of years ago that Jerry was here, he gave us a little very good and cool pointers about where to look forward. And this, it's like some of those suggestions, thinking of in the terms of telenations, coming with a State of the Future Index, such as Pakistan did, or some other countries too, or maybe creating a committee for the future, increasing intelligence as a national goal, mastering combinations of skills. This synthetic biology investment, it's something, it's a very cool thing, maybe to look forward and in the region, also identify what our improvement system will be. So we've done a couple of activities in order to do some networking, find some partners, and we are working also with the Millennium Project in the communications as a communication support. Also with River, we are working in the communications part, and we hope that on this third quarter of 2020 come up with the new features of the website, where we're gonna have some news, a blog, a very nice member section where some people can share of their stuff, downloadable media, some notes info, and for wrapping up, these are some of the activities that we have planned, not only as a country, but also we're very interested in having a regional agenda. So the future of work and tech, we are participating in Latin America 2050 on Challenge 6, maybe collaborating with the Futures Observatory with Honduras. Honduras already have their observatory, so maybe we can do something there. Also working in future studies degrees, some local and regional forums, and some of the topics that would be very interested into rolling, and also having your contribution that we'll appreciate very much. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Great start and great future coming up there. Okay, now we go over to Mexico. Concepcion, you want to unmute yourself and share what's going on?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to share the screen.
Whoop. Who is that? Oh, he's going to do Mexico?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Hello,
okay.
I'm Jorge Matar from Mexico City.
Okay, good.
Good day to everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this project that Concepcion is leading, 15 challenges for Mexico towards 2050. This is another example of how the ideas, the experience, the methodologies advanced by the Millennium Project can be applied to a single country. of course, taking into account the specificities of the nation, but we can say that it is possible, and it draws a lot to Millennium Project. The task is practically concluded. Diagnosis and 3 scenarios were prepared for each of the 15 global challenges, together with general conclusions. At this moment, we are closing the works, reviewing, giving coherence to the different chapters, elaborated by 18 experts, 12 men and 6 women. You can see them in this panel. And I would say that the fact that Concepcion has a very relevant role, her participation is equivalent to a lot of women. So we can say that we have a gender balance here. I would say that we can derive 3 main lessons of this work. First, the exercise is valuable in itself, especially for the volatile and uncertain times we are living everywhere in the world, which demands more than ever futures thinking and acting, but also because it can be replicated in other countries, as Concepcion was saying about the Latin American exercise, and I'm sure that in China or in Australia has been the same. Of course, you have to adapt it to the priorities, to the conditions of every country in the world. At the end, our hope is to influence with these kind of words in the decision makers, in the politicians, to make them aware of the importance of preparedness to build a better future. We are conscious that most countries in the world were unable to respond adequately to this very unexpected and unforeseen event with the pandemic. So we hope that we are contributing to make politicians and decision makers more aware of this importance. Thank you and regards. And now Marco has something to add.
Hi everyone. Thank you I'm sending a greeting to each of the College of the Nodes and Jerome and Concepcion and Jorge. Only to complementary, it's a publication, how say Jorge, resulting from collective reflection in which 18 experts on different topics were invited to participate to a long-term vision, strategy, holistic analysis, and transdisciplinary participation. The process, as mentioned, follows a systematic analysis of the country in the different topics, going through the diagnosis, the prospective analysis, the vision, the proposal of guiding projects, and the generation of 3 scenarios. Jose Jorge, the objective of the publication is to be a national and international benchmarking in public policy with a differentiated contribution because it addresses ideas for guiding projects that redirect the country's holistic development. It's only for complement the Jorge, and thank you for everyone.
Excellent. Concepcion, did you want to finish up any more comments on Mexico, or can we go on to Canada?
No, I think that they are the successors of the Mexican Node.
Aha.
You requested that we should think in younger people coming in. So he and Guillermo Gándara, that was not able to be with us today. We are working hard on really closing this book.
Good. Okay. Gracias. Now we go further north up to Canada. We've got Eric Noel from Canada here, I think. Want to unmute yourself?
Good morning, or good afternoon, and good evening to some of you. I hope you can hear me. I'm the new chair of the Canada Node. I'm also the founder of the Canada Towards 2030 project. The 2030 project was launched already 7 years ago. We have had events coast to coast, also in Asia and in Latin America, on the future of Canada and the future of not just Canadians as a society, but also the future of our enterprises, investment strategy, globalization, research and development centers, etc. So we we grew out from a research exercise that I used to do at Oxford Analytica. I was for 25 years at Oxford Analytica, and before that with the Economist Intelligence Unit and in journalism. It's an honor for me to assume the leadership of the Millennium Project in my country. We have had a series of events in the last years around the thematic of the future of health. As you may remember, Canada in 2003, we had SARS, 44 people died in Toronto, and the city of Toronto was shut down for a great part of the year 2003 when air travel was also affected. Restaurants, many businesses, etc., had to shut down due to the small pandemic that we had. So when we launched the Canada 2030 project in 2013, we had actually a global pandemic scenario that unfortunately has been achieved now. We have had a total of about 12 scenarios since the beginning of the exercise. In our most recent work, we looked at 8 scenarios that are 8 post-COVID related scenarios. They were used by the financial service industry, by the space industry, but also by the clean tech, forestry, oil and gas, mining, and natural resources transformation industries since mid-March. Our focus will probably be to gain more participants from coast to coast. As you know, Canada is a large country, so we need to deploy more efforts in trying to get participation from the west coast of Canada. I'm today in Quebec City, Quebec. We have participants as well in Ontario and some in the Atlantic provinces. We look forward to continuing the work on the chapters of future of work, future of food, future of science and technology, etc. We did some contribution to the G7 summit when Quebec City hosted the G7 in 2018, and we look forward to doing more with international organizations such as the World Bank, OECD, and other global forums. Thank you again for your participation, and thank you also for sending any tips that you may have and experience from your own country. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Eric, and welcome to the project. Now, let's see. Let's go over to Silicon Valley. Brock, you want to unmute yourself?
Okay. Hear me now? It's all right.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, we're only an hour behind schedule, but I'll try to be quick. As most of you know, Silicon Valley is more of a network of futurists all doing their own thing. But we do try to supply people to help support the other nodes. As Rose mentioned, we helped out with the Brazil node on some of their student presentations this year and listening to questions from there. And also I visited Honduras and trying to encourage Honduras to join Tony in the Central American region there. We also participate in the real-time Delphi surveys, and we helped out with the World Future Day, including one of our younger futurists, Joe Murphy, who runs a group called Speculative Futures out of San Francisco, and Ted Kahn, who is an old timer that many of you probably know, who has a group called Design Worlds that focuses on education. We also helped I guess, with the write-up that the Italy node put together on the summary of the Future Day. For those that you know me, I'm also working with a local chapter of a material society, so we keep up on advanced materials topics there, everything from 3D printing of metals to materials on the moon. So it's been interesting looking at some of those topics and also judging student projects from the universities, which, as you know, may be it's kind of difficult when you're an engineering or a materials science student and trying to do prototypes and laboratory work without having access to prototyping equipment and laboratories. Also, I work with the group Mach 49, which does investments for corporations that are looking to innovate inside out, taking their own innovations out, but also outside in, looking for startup companies to invest in emerging technology areas that are of strategic interest. And finally, Business Futures Network is a kind of an international group of associates that's in several countries, And of course, we're doing horizon scanning and scenarios work all the time. Some of the topics we're looking at for papers that we're in the process of writing are on education, leadership, which I heard came up as a topic, and of course, remote work, social implications. The general view from Silicon Valley is that economic downturns like this one create opportunities. Long-term trends seem to be, that were kind of going along rather slowly, seem to be accelerating. So some of the things that we thought were maybe farther out in the future may happen sooner than we thought. Weak companies or weak concepts are bound to fail in this kind of economic situation. But the venture capital community feels that the money that they have to invest in startup companies now is even more valuable than it was 6 months ago. They're all looking for post-pandemic for the next new Apple or Google or Facebook to come out of this economic downturn. So everyone wants to get in on that investment. And so in Silicon Valley, they have a positive outlook, I guess you could say, for the post-pandemic world. But maybe not quite the one that everyone else has. So I guess I'll leave it there. And it's good to see you all.
Good to see you, Brock. Thank you very much. And we look forward to your advice on what we should invest into for the next Apple company that comes out of Silicon Valley. In the meantime, we'll go over to Kate. Last but not least, the Arts Media Node. Thank you for hanging in there so long.
Absolutely.
Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so great to see you all. I've been a little bit out of the loop over the last couple of years because I produced a project that took me into this rabbit hole. I'd like to, I was so inspired by what everyone's doing, and I'm so honored to be part of the group. I just put together a brief report for some of the things that we've been up to here. Let's see if I can get my screen to move. So the C3, which is a 501c3 that I founded back in 2004, has been a partner with the Millennium Project over the years to do an event called State of the Arts. And we've tried to do it annually, but I got a little busy. So we're looking at doing this event this year at some point, whether it's virtual or in person, we shall see. But we're looking at the science of happiness this year, and the project that I produced called Mesmerica is a 360 full dome show. I specialize in next gen media entertainment tech, and we're going to be giving that show a Future Vision Award, which we give out when we do this event. So Jerome's been part of this and was there for the kickoff of our first event, and it seems to be a really popular event that we do in LA. So this is where we hold it, at our little dome theater here. You'll see it down in the lower left-hand corner. And we're located downtown LA. You can see us here on the right from an overview shot. It's a 50-foot theater that holds about 100 people. And so we've done many events there featuring, Jerome's been there a couple times. And then we hosted Rohit Talwar when he presented his book in LA. And we also hosted and curated 2 panels for the US State Department events dedicated to cultural diplomacy. And they invited over 70 international women scientists to take a tour, and used our theater for a presentation of new media technologies and communications to get some of the discoveries and work that these women are doing out to the world. We also, in 2018, I helped spearhead the launch of the Social Impact Entertainment Task Force for the Producers Guild. I served on their board for 6 years, and the Producers Guild is a very prestigious professional organization based in LA, but we have offices around North America and international members as well. There's over 8,000 members. And these are all professional producers, and they have to have credits in order to get accepted into the guild. And there's a small group of us that are on this task force, and I actually proposed an initiative to produce an event on the power of narrative modeling to create solutions and visions for our future. So I'd love to coordinate with the Millennium Project and have the Millennium Project a part of this. To Circa's commentary about we need visual imagery and visual stories that help us visualize a better future for our world. So storytellers can do that. Media makers can help you all get all your incredible work out there, which is one of the reasons I was excited when I first discovered the Millennium Project as a producer. I just thought, I want to help this incredible organization be known. And so another project that I worked on this past year is a book called The Handbook of Research on the Global Impacts and Roles of Immersive Media, and Millennium Project is mentioned in the book. I curated 21 different authors and contributed a chapter. I was the last chapter and spoke about the power of storytelling for social impact, in which the Millennium Project was mentioned, and they were also thanked in the acknowledgements. This is the link for the book, and if you put in the code IGI40, you can get a 40% discount on it. It's a pretty massive undertaking and a very, very good resource book if you're interested in future trends in media technology platforms. So that's my short report, and I hope to be more involved. Again, it was a busy year for us, so that's it. Thank you. Good to see everybody.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. My goodness gracious. I think we had something like 50 node reports there. So now it's open season, what anybody wants to talk about, and we can go for another half hour, whatever people are willing to do. But before I open it up completely, I would like to get a view from a couple of our observers. We have Charles Perrottet involved in the beginning, as is Hazel Henderson involved in the very beginning. I don't know if you all want to unmute and share any thoughts of reflections about what you heard. Hazel, you got to unmute yourself. If you don't, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, this has just been a wonderful, wonderful catch up with everybody, and I'm so impressed. It was just amazing. And I just want to throw out a few things that we're doing which align very strongly. I did a paper with Fritjof Capra on the pandemic. It was a positive scenario, looking back, lessons looking back from 2050, which we published in March, gone into a lot of different languages. And all these things are on our website, ethicalmarkets.com. And we've had to suspend our television series. We have a global television series called Transforming Finance. So we've now shifted to webinars, which we're doing with Arizona State University, called Tracking and Steering the Global Green Transition. And I have in the field now with our partners, GlobeScan, actually 4 surveys on, hello? The surveys that we've done over the years on in 12 countries, whether the public understands the need to change GDP to a much expanded model. And we have the 4th one in the field now, and we'll have some results pretty soon. And we are partnering with the World Academy of Art and Science on the conference Global Leadership in the 21st Century. And I've just helped co-author the statement for that. And our Global Green Transition Scoreboard, the last one we've just finished is called Transitioning to Science-Based Investing. And all of these are free downloads from ethicalmarkets.com. So I just wanted to put that in the mix. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Hazel. Charles?
I have been struck because of the global nature of this group. We really are getting some cross currents in the complexity of issues. And that's always the most difficult thing for us to include in the scenarios in a meaningful way. Mm-hmm. This is a very helpful forum.
Well, when we get to the first full drafts, hopefully you might be able to sow some of those thoughts in there.
All right.
Also, we got Stan Rosen. I don't know if he's still there or not. Stan was involved in the Millennium Project on the planning committee from the very beginning. Stan, you want to unmute yourself and any reflections?
Jerry, I don't know if you can see or hear me, but
yes, we can.
Let me sit in with the planning committee. I have 3 brief comments. One was I really enjoyed seeing how you use this technology to get the planning committee together, as opposed to traveling around the world. It makes it much easier to interact with the activity. So thank you. Secondly, I was glad to see the integration of the results of the Millennium Project with external agencies. And by that, I mean, there were reports of support for business, support for academia, support for government, support for a number of, educational, medical, social activities. And so that the activities of the Millennium Project really become very useful to a broader range. The final thing I wanted to mention was that this idea of your focus on artificial intelligence, maybe specialized, maybe general, but it looks like the skills that you've developed and the tools may themselves be amenable to be used in artificial intelligence. That is, to have an artificial intelligence tool that does the kind of things that the Millennium Project and futurists have been doing for the last 20 years. As an afterthought, I said 3, here's an afterthought. And it's time for retrospective view. We've been doing this since at least the millennium and before, as you know. Yep. And what did we forecast back then and look at back then that we are living in that future now? And would we have done it differently? And has the State of the Future Index been a useful tool to help us get from there to here? Those are my observations, Jerry. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you for that. One of the things that when we did a talk at the Swiss embassy some years ago, there was a guy came up, and he was from National Science Foundation, not Paul, but another person, and he said, "Why don't you do an artificial intelligence comparison, i.e., take either all of your stuff and dump it into an AI machine, and then have it fill out the RT Delphis, or use some other, Wikipedia base or something. And so you say, what did the humans do on this Delphi? And what did the AI do on this Delphi? And if enough conclusions are better with the AI, then we can all start to do something different. But in any case, I thought that was great. And IBM, a guy named Jim Software, the last name I always mispronounce, sorry about that. Jim is with the AI stuff or Watson stuff for universities at that time. And he said, well, okay, we could fund that, but you got to do it through a university. So at that time, several years ago, I made an offer. I said, hey, anybody want to do this? Because they have to funnel money through a university. No takers. So the offer is still out there. I don't know if IBM was still funded anymore, but it's still out there. And that's one way of doing a little play on that. Another thought is that well, no, I won't go rattling on. Who else would like to make some comments here that we haven't heard from, or if we've already heard from as well? It's open season.
Lucio from Colombia wanted to talk.
Okay.
Thanks, Jerome.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks.
You're sharing a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I am Lucio Mauricio Henao Vélez from Medellin, Antioquia Node of Millennium Project and Ibero-American Foresight Network, River.
Okay.
The first is of the relation in the last 23 Global Conference 2019 in Mexico about of the global Federation International Future Studies, how executive board members, relation with the Association of Professional Futurists, with the university, organization, and other association, how Red Abierta, Prospectiva Innovación, CITED, and Seminario Estudios Prospectivos, 10 years webinars, free about formation in foresight, perspective, and future studies. The other hand, publication, the 3 weeks, one about the 2050 and others. But the resultant is the psychology of anticipation or psychoforesight, and participation in Brussels that year, new method-oriented future science circular thinking from Latin American and Central cultures. The last, in this moment, working in 4 possible scenarios for After Tomorrow Day, that the new era is uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, and volatile times. Is not possible put the date of the scenarios and then name for After Tomorrow Day. Thanks a lot, Jan.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts, reflections? It's open season here. Elizabeth, you should have some reflections.
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for the extraordinary work you are doing for so long and for the fantastic collaboration. Despite all the challenges, we kept on going. So the Millennium Project keeps on going thanks to all of you and your extraordinary dedication to the future generally and to the Millennium Project specifically. Now, I would like to address a question that is probably on the back of the mind of many of you about the state of the future, the reports. And now we did not give up on them, although the plate is full with all kinds of other emergency studies. The state of the future will still be coming. So when you are doing your normal work and you come across something that you think should be in the state of the future, in the next version of the state of the future, please either put it in GIFs with bookmarks or so, or if that's too complicated and it takes up too much time, just put it in a folder that you would call eventually SOF version 20. Because at some point we will get to update the global challenges and we will need all your inputs. We do think about it all the time. Don't think that we forgot, despite COVID and despite any other emergencies. But we have to, at some point, sit down and really do the updates of the 15 global challenges. And there, as usual, as always, we will need your help for the regional country inputs and your specific expertise and so on. So that, I think, addresses one of the questions that was on the back of many people, on the back mind of many people. Again, great thank you for all your work for all this time. I'm extremely impressed of everything that you are doing and the way the Millennium Project is evolving. It is still I think, and no offense to all the other networks, but I think it is still the most wonderful network given the dedication of the people who participate in it, with the only common interest, building the best possible future.
Thank you. Thank you. If anybody, yes, applause, right. If anybody wants a sort of a tutorial online on how to make contributions into the GFA system, I can do that. We can just set up a time and we'll do it. There's a software in there that was developed over 10 years ago that almost no one seems to know about. It's really nice. You all know about bookmarks that take something that connect you to a website over there outside. A bookmarklet takes part of another website and puts it into yours. And we've had that software for over 10 years, but most of you probably don't know how to use this. It's a very simple thing, but it does require a little coaching. And so if anybody wants that, just send me a note. Go ahead.
On that point, yeah, maybe we can do a Zoom training on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we do it maybe a group thing sometime, you say? Okay, so what I can do is maybe send something around saying like a certain date, whoever wants to sign up, and those that can't do it, we'll do another date.
Exactly.
Good. Thanks, Tony.
Jerry, can I contribute a bit?
Yes, please.
Right, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so yeah. So first of all, really, it's a great learning experience, sharing and getting an insight from all around the world. But if you see us, we kind of part of so-called Westerner society, worldwide. That was one thinking for many years. That is now also this the whole concept reshaping a bit, And even as what we do, like what Cornelia mentioned before, what they do in Germany, they want to reshape their agenda to do foresight or their own foresight, because Millennium was so attractive for so many years. But if you see today 15 global challenges, we pick up from some of them, we put them, connect to SDGs or Just World and so. But have you ever think, for example, to have a kind of thinking between, some strategic intelligence of what is the common new denominator for the next 10 years of the Millennium Project? Because this COVID, put us to really a bit step down, reflect, we did many things, but, and the world is really expecting, okay, what new thinking will come out, what is not from China, business as usual, what those great minds that really built, and bring about all developments, what else still can put into the puzzle of globalization, So that's, I don't have an answer, of course. So which means the foresight for ourselves, as we start, how we met was in 2003 in Leuven, Belgium, we advocate a just world at a time, human rights, the rule of law. They went out of the agenda. New generation, extremely interesting, is again interested, millennials, X generation. Okay, what is about a just world? How are those concepts that we a little bit forget about? So what do you think? Have you ever think about, to create this kind of inner strategic, not just unit, but what's next? Thank you.
We think about that at least once a day. Yes, go ahead, Kate. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I've been on so many Zoom meetings and conferences because the media industry, as you know, has been hit so hard. Nothing's in production. All the productions have closed down here in Los Angeles, and people are using this format as new. I see it. It's totally new media platform. And I've been watching, there's an immersive theater play that has been designed that took place on Zoom. There's like variety shows happening now, and it's such a robust format. And I think it's like the early days of silent cinema, what's happening here. And I think that Millennium Project could really take advantage of this format of Zoom calls and doing something super robust around it. That's just my 2 cents, but I'm just so happy to see everyone here today and watch what happens, because I think to Brock's statement about what's happening in Silicon Valley, this format's going to be exploding, where you can have interaction and not just push media, but interactive media. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Good.
Jerry, can I jump in with a comment?
Sure.
From London.
Sure.
You touched on the whole kind of AI, future of AI, ethics of AI thing earlier. I might be confused. Did you say that you were also planning on organizing a conference, or were you just referring to the AGI event?
No, what we're talking about doing is doing a 2-year or so study. It might be longer than 2 years, but at least a 2-year study on what's the framework and main elements and how you'd put together a governance system, international governance system for AI.
Okay. Can I ask then, do you have anyone to fund that at the moment?
No. Well, we haven't sent out the proposals yet. What we've done is we've put together a fair amount of detail of different players, but we have not formally submitted the proposal yet. We're still chewing it over.
I haven't discussed this with David yet, but can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be worth kicking this off with a conference around this, where some of the people you have in mind, some of the players are invited to talk about this?
Mm-hmm.
You invite all the companies, the players, the potential funders to that conference. It's a mix of presentations and discussion forums, and then hopefully you get from that ideas as well about what should be in the scope of this work, so people feel some ownership. And there may well be a much greater likelihood, if we, at the end of the conference, we sort of, then ask for people to offer to fund it.
Right.
It might just be a kind of more momentum to getting something going.
Okay, we can certainly think about this, and you may know, and for those of you who don't, there was supposed to have been, I was going to be a speaker at the what was called the First World Congress on AI, artificial general intelligence governance. It was the first right on target conference, and it got postponed to the fall, and now it's going to be, it hasn't come out yet, but the fall one will be postponed to the spring because they want to do it in person. But what I could maybe do is contact them to see if because they would see that if we did, they would see that might see it as a competition thing, because they've already said we will create such a Congress, and they do it almost like a Congress
project, are they? They're not looking to fund our project.
No, we hope to co-opt all their people. I mean, this is it's still to be developed. I mean, this is because the trouble is, I got interrupted by the work technology thing, then I got interrupted by the Red Cross scenario. So I keep getting interrupted. So I haven't focused long enough to make it right yet. So yes, I would certainly entertain that. I wouldn't, say yes or no. Yeah, I would like to talk to about it. I would also want to do it in combination, maybe with the World Congress, rather than be a competition thing, and also in concert with Ben, because he did such a good job of bringing together a lot of people last week. So yeah, we could think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be, this would almost be a precursor to their big event. This would be laying out some of the issues and initiating the research, and then hopefully by the time they have their Congress, there would start to be some emerging outputs, whether it's Delphi studies or whatever, that would feed their Congress, but would also give us a chance to present to a large number of potential funders at the same time. So otherwise it feels like it's quite hard work hawking the proposal round to everyone, try and get funding.
Yeah, it also has the disadvantage that folks like Nick and others up at Oxford will say, oh, that's good, we'll take those ideas and we'll fund it. Because if you're a donor and if you have a choice to give it to Oxford or to give it to the Millennium Project, what's the donor going to do? Now, Nick's already sort of indirectly says, I'm not dealing with it, because, and I think there's a little problem of, who's going to be first on the block, so to speak, with a governance system. So all that has to be taken into account. I can report to you all, since China has some problems, with the politics of Zoom, etc. We have the Academy of Social Science of China has agreed to be a formal participant, which is very important because, as you know, China as well as the U.S., as well as Europe, Japan, etc., Russia, and organized crime are all involved in this race, and they're trying to get Tencent to make a contribution and Alibaba to make a contribution. We would like, if possible, to have this not simply a Western-funded activity, because this is a human species deal, clearly. And we'd like to avoid a new Cold War, which we're already in as far as AI is concerned. In my judgment, it's already here. We'd like to prevent it because it can get a lot worse. Anyway, on that cheerful note, other thoughts? Thank you, Torohat. Nice suggestion.
I had one other observation that I was thinking about. At Future Strategy Group, we have, for 4 different clients over the past 20 years, had one of a group of scenarios that was dominated by pandemics. 3 of those clients pretty much ignored that.
Yep.
Because it was statistically so unlikely, in their view, that it wasn't worth working on. One client took it to heart and did a lot with it, but that was, I think, partly because of the continuity. We worked for that client over a 15-year period. And for the other clients, the other 3 that ignored it, was a 1 or 2 year project case. But the value of continuity and everything that you're doing with the global issues over time and the same set of issues backdrop, I think a lot of weight.
By the way, one thing I was going to say when said before, reevaluate what you got right and wrong and so forth. I think I sent a note around that the first State of the Future report, the very first one, we had in there that because of the increasing population, density, travel, etc., this trend will eventually lead or increases the likelihood that eventually civilization will come to a grinding halt. And I went back to it and said, God, that was awfully guilty to say grinding halt, but that's where that's what we did. So, and also another thing I would add to that is that you also want to be wrong about stuff. You know, part of our job is to warn people. So when someone says, how often do you get it right? On thermonuclear war, we wanted to be wrong every time, you know? So the evaluation is tough. I think we've thought this before. Usefulness is the important part. And the trouble is a lot of people don't pay for you to evaluate yourself. I mean, we can do it. Maybe we will. Maybe whatever the next anniversary coming up, 25th or 30th anniversary, maybe we should do something like that. We did a 10-year evaluation of 10 years.
I think the question isn't just what did we manage to predict that was right, but why didn't more of the world pay attention to what we were saying? In fact, many governments did partially pay attention to these scenarios, but in practice, they didn't put enough high priority on it. So one of the homework questions I've just added to chat a few minutes ago, I don't know the answer to it, is what's preventing wider society from paying more attention to all the good insight that's inside GFIS and SOF, the State of the Future? Do we know what's causing people to maybe pay a little bit of attention to it and then push it away and get preoccupied by other things? And is there something we could change to lessen the chance that we will only be of superficial or temporary issue? I don't want to keep on doing the same. I think the risks in the world are increasing all the time, and if we just keep on having the same effect on communications, it won't be sufficient, despite all the goodness in everything that people have been saying for the last 3.5 hours.
Okay, then here's a suggestion. Every once in a while, I get an email over the last couple of days, and over the last several months, the last couple of days, someone saying, hey, we want to do a study on why these warnings weren't being taken seriously. I mean, that is in the current thoughts to study. I assume some stuff may be going on. So what I'd ask all of us to do, if we run into like an invitation saying, would you participate in a conference to figure out why it wasn't worked or study, we sort of put it in the Millennium Project listserv, keep track of that, and we'll see where that is, because if no one's not doing a good job, maybe we'll do something. But there may very well be some good work coming up on that we don't have to duplicate. Hazel, yeah.
Yeah, let me just, what I think the biggest crisis which is coming up now, which we're not paying enough attention to, is the global food crisis, which is teetering on the planet's 3% of fresh water. And yet this is the water planet. And luckily, the other half of the plant kingdom on this planet are salt-loving plants that are very nutritious. And we've been paying attention to this. And now what I see happening is the financial community is getting in on this, and it's shifting very rapidly from meat diets to plant-based foods and beverages. I'm sure you've all noticed that that sector in the world has grown by double digits. The reason is that there are very large consortia now of financial people that we work with that represent 21 trillion of assets under management, including some of the big sovereign wealth funds. And they are shoveling money into plant-based foods and beverages. And basically, the effort is to shut down animal-based meat diets by 2030. And they are shorting the 16 largest meat companies as the next set of stranded assets after fossil fuels. So the shift is coming now from the financial community. And so we are very much involved with that, because we agree that there's, for health reasons, for all kinds of other reasons, we have to shift the food system and expand it to all of these overlooked plant-based foods, which are better for nutrition and better for the planet. So we've got that all on our website. Anyone who wants to go take a look, it's at ethicalmarkets.com.
Excellent, thank you, Hazel. Conception.
Yes, I was wondering if we can have a list of the main new projects and ideas that were suggested today.
Okay. Well, first, before that, before I forget, do we have a volunteer to copy all the comments and put that in a doc somewhere, and maybe send it as a attached file around?
You mean the chat done already?
Yeah, all the chat. We got all the comments, and some of it's not really relevant, but some of it is. And some people put in references that way. And
can I add something? Because we were talking about communication, and basing on today, I think that I don't know what is going on. I mean, there are so many nodes and people and activities and projects, and because we are so self-absorbed in our activities, we don't really, communicate to our network. I'm not talking about external people. I'm talking about our network. I think that if we communicated more among us, what we're doing, what we're planning, our research, we could put efforts together and influence each other more, and also better communicate ourselves outside, not only in our node country, but also around the world. So I think we need like a news group for collecting news, and a bit of effort by everyone to communicate to each other. I don't know, I could set a form up to, to fill anytime someone has something news, which could be transposed into news for the website and so on. We can talk about it, but I think we gotta communicate more what we're doing, especially research and articles and stuff. Ideas, research ideas, maybe, to work together. Because maybe someone has found, others hasn't. So, we can put efforts together.
Okay. Tony, you want to?
Yeah, about the chat transcription that you mentioned. Zoom does the automatically the file, so I'll share it. We can share it later. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. One of the motivations for creating GFIS, by the way, was that we had so many things going off in so many different directions. It was far, 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 far worse, Maria, before. And by creating that, it was at least it was one place to bring it together. For example, not all of the node chairs are using their page. You know, so that's one place. Because we can create another forum. 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 And I want to tell you, around midnight, I collapse. And I've got another 50 to maybe 100 emails I haven't even opened. Then the next morning, I get up, and the emails coming in from Asia and Europe are staring me in the face, which means I didn't get the ones from the last night. And so we got to do it in such a way that it's not just one more thing I got to keep track of. I got too many things to keep track of as it is.
And it has to be set up so that the information does not all flow through just one node.
Right.
And it's a complex network. We have to build up more of the real-time communication, because if we don't get more information integrated, the impact will forever be constrained.
Well, it's also okay. Well, well, first of all, we can put the comments put them in the M-P listserv, not MilProj, because that's 500 folks, but just us as MP list. Put them there. Secondly, what Paul was just saying there, I was just thinking about it because I remember after one of the World Future Days, Brock had a group that was met for some time. Then after the last one, Paul, you and Heiner are doing another group. So a lot of these things have sprung out. We could conceivably, maybe either once a month or something like that, do whoever shows up. And if you got something to say, let's put it on the agenda and we'll put it there. And if you just want to come in and listen, that's good too. That's one option that we could also do this. But whatever we do, we got to do it in such a way that we don't give all of ourselves even more information overload. Blaj, I saw your hand go up there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah. Just again, the way of communication and this knowledge management, even today, what we share, with whom we communicate, what kind of communities overlap with each other. And I think it will come out also this year, many new ways of cooperation and communication with each other. So we are going towards this direction, all of us in general, but that's why, especially where we are special of like the Millennium Project, then when we upgrade this with the new tools, because all of us are learning this, we can catch this challenge and improve definitely our work and create new leadership. So I think it's a good momentum, because many ways of communication and cooperation, even efficiency-wise, you need to prepare yourself, prepare objectives when people meet. And what you suggested in a way is something towards that. It's good direction. Once a month, somebody should say something or present something. It's just one way. But let's pay attention also on what will come out, new modes of communication and cooperation.
Okay. And now how do we make sure that all of the presentations can be shared? Because many people put their presentation, a web link, on the Google Docs, but I noticed that there are some presentations that didn't get on there. If we, Tony, I guess this is a question to you, should we leave the Google Docs open for people to finish putting up whatever they want to put up, and then maybe we copy this and stick it somewhere? I don't know. What's your advice on this one?
Yeah, I think a Google Drive, a shared Google Drive folder would be nice, in which people can see the presentations. That will work definitely. So you would have just one link or one URL to go through and have all the presentations available.
Right. And also node chairs should also put that link in their node page in GFIS as well.
Yeah, we can do that too.
And now one thing about the Google Doc, I saw the email traffic that some stuff was wiped out by mistake. And fortunately, a good suggestion was, here's how you reset and get it. And thank you, David, for saving that deal. But that problem could happen again if we left it as a permanent deal.
You can change the editor rights. Once it is in final form, you can change editor rights.
Okay.
And this brings me to a question I wanted to ask you, Jerry.
Yeah.
When you started the Millennium Project a quarter of a century ago, did you imagine having a meeting like this all over the world like this?
Oh yeah, we're not even close to where I want to go yet, man. Listen, I'll give you a yes. I mean, yes. The answer is yes, I did. You got to remember, I was doing email in the 1970s. All right, we were talking about this sort of stuff in the early 70s. Anyway, what I'd like to see is eventually we have such a good interdependency and complexity that each one of us are a leader of the whole system within their own interest. You know,
excellent.
And that complexity of maybe like a GFIS 2.0 or GFIS 0.5, whatever, that becomes sufficiently organic and growing that it's no longer dependent on any one of us, including me. And I can put my feet up on the desk and relax.
Oh, fantastic, because in another quarter of a century, it is 2045, the year of the singularity. And then we are going to connect brain to brain directly. We are going to have computer to brain interfaces. So it will be totally different. And each node, each one of our brains will probably be able to hold the same meeting. So yes, in 2045.
And hopefully some of it before then, maybe. Other reflections?
Marianne raised her hand.
Yeah, Marianne. Unmute yourself.
Yes, okay. About communication, I think it's really important. And I will give an example now because as I have been contacted and selected by the UN Women to organize and think about UN Women Plus 10 and about the Beijing Plus 25. We have a meeting online with Zoom every week, and every time we receive a full the content of the discussion, written discussion chat, and of a full view of the meeting. Of course, the meeting doesn't last as long as this one, but so we are really connected every week, every 2 weeks. So I think that what I've been listening to your work today, and many of us spoke very shortly, but we have lots of things to share, and we don't know. I agree with Maha. We don't know what the others are doing because we are so busy ourselves. And I think that it is really important to have somebody in the Millennium Project team who would be attentive to every node, who don't speak sometimes, but we have to be sure that every one of us is working hard, and that we have so many things to share, and we have to find a new way to share it. And Jose, in the 20 years or 25 years, maybe we will do it with our brain. I'm reading again 1984 at the moment, and so we were there, and I think it was written in 1948, and he changed the date, 1948 to write it, 1984 the title of the book. So we have to invent lots of things. But when I talk with our partners in the UN Women, and I see how devastated many countries are because of COVID-19, and some of them have no connection. So we will have, you remember, I think 10 years ago at the United Nations in New York, I talked about the concept of information society in solidarity, and we have to push this over too, because now we are, some of us, very in great intelligence, artificial intelligence, and so on. But we have to take care of all those people, maybe. And I listened to Hazel now. So the problems are huge about food, about water, and now we are discussing about foresight, and we have to have the bottom-up impression too. So, well, and take care about the communication. We have to be keen on what we share together. Thank you.
Jerry?
Yep.
I was remembering at the meeting in Chicago when we were talking about how to start this collective intelligence working. So, at that time, we mentioned that we need to think of also going toward collective conscious, collective wisdom. And in order to do that, I mean, we are slowly growing, but still, how do we create this collective consciousness that we need? And perhaps one way to do it, and this is our suggestion, is to start thinking of this movement of the Heart-Mind Institute, Heart-Mind Center. We need to start working more, also connecting our global brain with our global heart.
I'll drink to that.
Arnaldo, I am so happy to hear your voice and the importance of what you were saying. After Global Futures Day, Heiner and Amanda and a few of us decided we should try to set up regular Zoom sessions. We were not totally successful because I think it needs to be a regular Millennium Project activity discussed on our list and under Jerry's oversight. But one thing we were able to agree on was we wanted discussion of at least 3 topics, which required depth beyond what we can do today. The 3 topics we immediately talked about are preventing human extinction due to climate change. What can we really do? How do we understand this climate change problem? The other one is like what you just said, heart-mind. We would call it noosphere. And I think there may be differences of opinion, frankly, between the transhumanist point of view and the noosphere point of view. The Millennium Project must accommodate both schools of thought. And this is reality. We cannot cooperate unless we account for the fact some people believe in downloading and some people believe in noosphere. The third big topic was this issue of the future of artificial intelligence and the internet, which also requires a great deal of technical depth. And we don't want it to get shanghaied by politics because it requires technical reality.
Yeah.
That's right.
So are you going to organize such meetings, Paul? We can't just wait for Jerry to do everything. Jerry is very busy with a lot of other projects. If he's the single bottleneck, we're going to continue to go slow. We should be inspired by his example and to get things done.
I'll drink to that.
That's a good idea.
And all 3 of these topics do sound important and worthy of meetings in their own right.
Could I suggest, right here, could I suggest that maybe you try to get a group of people as a kind of organizing committee? So you maybe have half a dozen people who take it in turns to set up a meeting so that one person isn't doing it all the time. And you have some really strong moderation, so you also don't end up with one voice dominating any of these calls. but a bit like today where we've had time limits of 2 minutes per contribution, we have some sort of structure, or that committee agrees some sort of structure, so that people feel like they're going to come in, they're going to hear a lot of different voices from across the project, they're going to take some value from it, they're going to contribute something, and not feel that they just tapped into one person's, monologue, because I think that we've gone past those days, really. So, if you could put something together, I'm sure there's quite a few of us would throw our hat into the ring to be part of the committee and at least organize one meeting every 6 weeks or something. Or, one meeting every, if you had 6 meetings a year that we do it, whatever. That's logistics. But if someone could take the lead on organizing the committee, I think that would be a good start.
The sounds of silence.
I think those are very good suggestions, and I think we have to make some kind of action plan maybe with these kind of suggestions. I'm really glad that these things have come up, and I remember, Jerry, also we have a couple of other actions that were discussed in the last meetings. In Bolivia, but also in Mexico, we did when the final day of the planning committee was happening, we already set a communications and marketing table where Puresh was. There was also David from Colombia. In Bolivia was Eliodoro too. So and other people can join too, but we can maybe look back to some of the things that we said there and do kind of an update to today's.
Okay, what I can do maybe, Tony, is I can send you that working draft now. I mean, it may be a day or two before, and then to everybody, and then those that want to make some comments on that. We also have a part-time tele-intern who just got her master's degree in political communications from American University. And her mission is to figure out how to connect futures research with political decision-making. So that might be a little part to throw in the mix there.
Great. Yeah, and the other suggestion or action that we could do is from this session, as I proposed previously, maybe we can do a wrap-up video, something like very short, or maybe in a format like an interview for other people to see in maybe 5 minutes what were all the subjects and the issues that we said here, and kind of something to expect for some other kind of information or communications or things that Millennium Project is doing.
Do I understand you to say that you could take these almost now, well, not almost, 4 hours, and distill into a 5-minute video?
Do something something apart. Do a video where we can record you having this kind of a wrap up of the session in 5 minutes, something like that, and it will be a different video. Yeah.
I'd like to defer to have somebody else do that.
Well,
you know what we could do? Just in order not to lose all the information, because nobody will watch these 4 hours again because it's too much. We have the Excel file, so each of us could put, a short summary of the introduced activities, like 3 lines for each nodes, so that we have reports with the links to the presentation, and we have something to start from. So that, from today, if I want to know more about, I don't know, education or whatever, I know that those nodes are working on it because I see the Excel file, and,
So here's a small technical idea. I have been involved in one of the big real artificial intelligence conferences, which is coming up by Zoom from Scotland next month. and they wanted uploads from everybody. And that was a difficult challenge for me. I discovered a very small kludge, an easy trick. Okay, it turns out with Microsoft PowerPoint, you can build a PowerPoint presentation, which could have like 10, 20 slides, and separately the audio tracks attached to each slide. So that someone on the outside could access the slides, quickly look through, and for the slide they are interested, hear the audio track for that slide.
Mohsen Bahrami did that, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He ended up,
so he needs to do it next time.
Yeah, but see, the thing was we couldn't get the audio to be heard through the Zoom. But that software exists. That's right. But what you're talking about is a little bit different than what you're talking about. An actual, maybe a half-hour talk on a particular point, right?
Yeah, but what we just heard,
yeah.
Each node presenter had some slides.
Mm-hmm.
One could create, in principle, assuming infinite labor availability, like your assistant, could create a PowerPoint file with a few key slides from each presenter and the audio so that they can go to the one they're interested in.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can certainly start with what Tony's already suggested, is we can do the thing with the Google Doc, and as Jose says, is after the first cut on it, is make it 1 or 2 edits so that someone doesn't wipe something out after all the work. But I'm told, if I remember correctly, Dave was saying that you can go back to different version control to address that problem, I guess. But in any case, people can do their PowerPoint, try out what you just said, Paul, and those that don't get around to it, they can still have their PowerPoint there. So maybe that approach can sort of evolve through time.
Yeah, it's nice if things are in one place so people can find them.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry?
Yep.
I think that there is a very simple solution to create our intelligent system between nodes. I agree with Mara and Marianne. If we have regularly some communication by Zoom to learn to communicate together, to understand what everybody have. What is this research? What is this interesting subject? If we do that one year regularly, it will be very easy after to share and to say, okay, I would like to work with you on this subject especially, or if you know, do you know this person in Bolivia who can work with me? You know, we need to talk about and we need to talk regularly together. Because on Perspective Foresight Network 5 years ago, I have made some presentation of nodes, and I took with Node by phone 5 years ago to discuss and to create the profile of each node. But in fact, we are changing all the time, and it's difficult to update the profile of all the people all the time. It's better to use Zoom and to decide 1 or 2 time by month to decide to have a open Zoom and or decide to have a special subject each time, and with time it will be more easier to develop project, to understand exactly what are the specificity of each of nodes, you know, I think that for me, Mara and Marianne have the same motivation, I think, and it's the best for me to have a very good trust between us, to know exactly what are the subject we are very passionate, and well, I think that it's a good option for the next.
Okay.
Jerry, I was thinking that maybe you can ask all nodes to send just one slide with the main topics that they want really us to notice, but from new things, not from the all things that they have already done in the past Millennium Project's planning committee meetings.
And the one slide would say what's coming up next,
and relevant things that they are doing now. One slide. That's the way that was the purpose of the things we did as well. We have the most relevant are these two books, and if we have only 2 minutes or 30 seconds, like in my case, we're going just to focus and show that. That's what we're doing now. It will be easier.
Can I add just a little something?
Yeah.
Less real time, more emails, because real time is time consuming. I mean, I like seeing you in the flesh, talking with you, but it's been 4 hours.
Right.
And I don't really remember all the activities that have been said here today. You know, it's just a matter of, I don't know, commitment. I'm doing something. Okay, I'm writing to the planning committee because I'm doing this activity, or I'm doing this research project, or I have this doubt. Sometimes I've done it, if you remember. I have this doubt. How can I, you know, solve it? It's just a matter of, you know, communicating. I mean, you are my network, so I refer to you when I need to know something, or I tell you what I do because I like to, you know, you to be involved, and let's just, you know, tell each other what we do, because we don't really, I mean, for what I see. That's it.
Now, one of the things that we have that is already, I've forgotten how many pages long, it's probably 20 or more pages, but we have what I call a Millennium Situation Chart, which to a large degree is for my own ability to keep track of everything people are doing. And it's a some of you have responded by updating it from time to time, which is great. Most of you don't. What I could do is I could send around the updated one. This is for more on the print part. Those that don't want to update it, don't do it. Those that do want to update it, do it. And I would also ask that people update in their Node page, because the Node page, by the way, are publicly available. A person can come into GFIS, not sign in, don't do anything, see participate in the top center, be curious what that is, click, and it says nodes, click on that, then they click on Italy and they see what you put in. So it's not the total answer, but it's part of that for keeping track of it. So if I am, you know, so let's say if somebody's going to say Cairo, they might click on the Cairo node to see what's there, what's going on. So that's one thing. And as I said, I'm available to do tutorials teach people how to do that, so to get it done. The other is I can send around the update on the situation chart for people to update that. And it's a good thing to keep on file so that you can keep track of what other people are doing. Another thing too is when people say they want to create a node, I send that chart and say, here's an example of what a lot of people are doing. And it's not all up to date. And just to belabor a point, the left-hand column is the key things you've done or doing. The right-hand column is what's coming up next. And then you can edit out old stuff if you want to, or you can say like Iran does. We translated the last 19 State of the Futures. They're not going to list each one. So you boom, just the bullet point stuff. Back on the occasional meetings of once a month on Zoom, I think that the idea of eroding leadership revolving is sort of a nice idea. Someone's got to kick that off, and maybe a small group can form. I don't know if you want to do that right now. or you want to discuss it in the MP listserv. But I like the idea of once a month saying these reports will be given or this thing will be done, because you can have two different things. You can have thematic ones like Paul was talking about. You know, this group is working on X and this group is working on Y. But then you can also have one about what do we want to talk about as a whole system together, maybe once a month, an update on different stuff like you're talking about. I don't know, but the idea of doing this kind of a thing with maybe fewer people and maybe shorter time, I think is probably a good idea. We're probably all tired. I would suggest that we review the bidding that Tony puts together on the chat stuff, think about what's been done, and then put any comments you've got into the listserv and have that evolve a series of decisions, as my guess. Unless anybody's got some burning additions, I think we can give ourselves a break. It's been 4 hours straight, folks. And, you know, and Young Suk was in there along, and she started at midnight, by the way. This is the trouble with the world system. It's tough. Any last comments that need to be made?
Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, count me in as one of the people to help in this planning and organizing of once every 6 weeks or so, short, focused, but useful Zoom meetings.
Okay. Okay.
While I'll try to think about a way to give visibility to all the activities, because I want
You're
to
doing
do
a great job already. You're a media star in Italy.
I wanted to, you know, talk more about your activities, because they're great project, great people, you know, and so we'll find a way, you know, with no funds because we don't have any. So we try to do our very best. It's been great to see you all, guys. Really, really great.
So a big round of virtual applause for Jerry. That's fantastic.
And for everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Jerry.
Good to see you,
You're
everyone.
welcome. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you,
Bye-bye. See
Concepcion,
you.
Rishu,
Cordeiro.
Sofia.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Concepcion.
Concepcion, bye.
Elizabeth, bye-bye.
Jose.
Bye-bye.
José, bye-bye.
See you. Nice to meet you.
See you soon.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Concepcion.